Okay. So, what's up, guys? Today I'll be doing like the worst decision I have ever made, which is called watching every YouTube short, 250 of them to be exact. And boy, am I going to regret it. Because I'm honestly pretty nervous to do that challenge because I feel like if I did, then I'll not only lose my brain cells, but I'll lose my innocence, which is exactly what we're gonna do today. So I basically made like a list where I list off like normal shorts and cringe shorts. If I find a normal short, unfortunately, I had to skip through it. But if I find a cringe short, I have to watch the entire thing as if I haven't suffered enough. Anyways, let's just get this over with so that I don't have to do this crap no more. And starting off strong, here we have Rise of Brain Rot toys. I love Brain Rot. Do you guys love Brain Rot? I sure do. And by the way, I'm being sarcastic because who in the everlasting mind would ever care for Brain Rot toys? Like this, like we're just entering corporate. Just straight corporate. Like honestly, I wish the entire genre of brain rot could just like go in the fire and die. Honestly, why am I even sounding negative? At least I had to I had to look at the positive of it. So let's get started. Let's see.
Brain rot toys are becoming a real thing. So I
What you
was
mean?
8 years old when I found out that there are actually tons and tons of skibbity toilet toys out there, and it's actually a
What? Uh, oh my god. This is what everyone's trying to buy nowadays. I really don't like the face print. No.
it's actually a big seller, which got me thinking, what other brain rot toys are out there? Next, in a previous video of mine, I talked about how Italian brain rot is going extremely viral. Well, they're already starting to sell toys of the characters from the Italian brain rot memes that have been going viral. In the early 2000s, we had car toys to play with. Now, they have brain rot toys. Honestly, we shouldn't even be surprised though, because they've been turning memes into toys for years now. I mean, just look at these right here. I wasn't expecting the future to be like this.
The future is. You're probably expecting an answer, but honestly, I'm not surprised. And also, comparing to memes and brain rot is a war crime itself. Shame on you.
If you're having a bad
I mean, I already having a bend. Wait, what? What is this implying? Like, am I had to like shove a stick inside the Fanta cup? Whatever, let's just move on. Don't expect any answers. Oh, sponsor.
Could ever have. They say babies can sometimes react to sounds from the outside. One baby.
We're off to a great start. For the first three videos, one of them is just like about toys that the brain rots becoming toys, even though like some of them is just AI generated imagery. Second one is just I don't even understand the joke. Like Jesus Christ. I feel like almost Jesus Christ. Almost every comedy feels stale at this point. And then the third one, an AI story time that no one cares about. Boy, are we having a wonderful time. Which is what I would be saying if I wasn't lying right now. But hey, maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh. So I'll just cut it some slack and just take a listen to it.
Still in the womb, heard a deep, confident laugh. Ha 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 ha. It sounded rich, powerful. The baby became happy, thinking, I'm going to be born into a rich family. But when he was born, there was no mansion, no wealth. And that laugh, it belonged to the man his mother worked for as a maid. What's the biggest...
What? Now, honestly, I would be understanding almost every single story time if they didn't add the speed up filter. Why am I struggling to say a single sentence? Just say a sentence. Okay. I'm tweaking out already. Don't get angry. It's only been 3 shorts. Okay. I mean, pretty normal so far. I don't understand what has this generation become. Like, I'm not even joking right now. Like, you might say, oh, you only hate it because, like, the YouTuber said it. I don't care. And also, should I press continue? Yeah, I think I did. Next. Oh, great, another AI story time that no one cares about.
What's the dumbest thing you've done lately without realizing it?
Watching this short.
So I'm baked, craving something crunchy, and sneak into the kitchen like I'm on a secret mission. It's pitch black and I'm thinking, nice, everyone's knocked out. I'm creeping around, trying not to wake a soul, pouring cereal like it's a stealth op. Then I hear someone go, why are you whispering? It's 6 p.m. Yeah, turns out the kitchen wasn't dark. I was just still wearing my sunglasses. What's the dumbest thing?
That's it? That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
Steve discovered that a villager in Minecraft can get
great.
sick, and when that happens, he turns gray. But after an investigation, Steve found out that the villager had caught argyria, a disease that even makes real-world people turn gray when...
Bro. Wait, did that actually happen in Minecraft? Of course not. This is YouTube Shorts. Of course they're just overanalyzing the simplest things. Because, like, you know, whenever villagers turn gray, you know, very ashy gray, then they'll become violent. And also, that's not gray. Okay, maybe.
And they spend too much time mining. Steve discovered...
I hate these types of videos.
What's something you've been unfairly hated for?
I don't know. You tell me.
Back in college, I used to box with a friend. One time, he brought his baby sister along because their parents weren't home. We got in the ring and started sparring, but about a minute in, his little sister ran up to the ropes screaming. My friend picked her up and asked what was wrong, and she just shot me the nastiest look before kicking me in the arm with her tiny baby foot. It's been 5 years, and she still hasn't forgiven me. What's up?
All right, let's.
What's the most invisible you've ever felt in a room full of people? Back in high school, I babysat a 3-year-old, and her dad invited me to her birthday. I brought a stuffed snake and balloons, showed up early, and it was just the mom and the kid. No one talked to me. Eventually, guests arrived, but I was completely ignored. Even the dad stood next to me without saying much. After an hour of awkward silence, I said I had to leave. They barely reacted. I walked out invisible as ever.
Good.
What's the most invisible
Why
you've
can't
ever felt
I
in a room
leave?
full of people? Back in high school, I babysat.
Hooray! Another icicle video. I'm so excited to watch it. Which is what I would be saying if I wasn't lying.
Things that were found in food that definitely didn't belong there.
Right.
Firstly, in 2010, a woman went to a convenience store to get a Milky Way chocolate bar. Well, while eating the Milky Way in her car, she bit into something hard and thought it was just a peanut.
I guess. Was it razor blades?
But then remembered Milky Ways don't have a peanut, so she immediately took it out of her mouth and it was actually a human tooth. She then contacted Milky Way and they sent her a free candy bar coupon and an apology letter. Next, in 2004, a woman was at Costco when she got their iconic hot dog, and after taking a couple of bites, she found a live bullet between the bun and the dog. Well, later that day, the same woman was having stomach problems, so she went to the doctor, and x-rays found that she had already previously ate a bullet on her first bite of the hot dog.
Hopefully she lives to, see the day again. And also, let me tell you something about why I don't like Icicle, okay? It's not that he has, this trashy chain that he usually wears. It's not the fact that he just, pours the entire water bottle until his cup is full. I mean, to be fair, if there's, a water drainage system, if the entire water feels empty and dry, then you know who to blame. And it's not his goofy haircut, and it's definitely, for the life of me, not his guitar pick head. It's just for the fact that, sometimes he just, types in, types in the title, all caps. I don't even know why this is, authentic. Maybe it's just my opinion, but I honestly don't consider adding text in all caps a very authentic YouTube experience. And also, the fact that he just, waves at, he just, waves at, he just waves his head like this, he's just standing in the room very monotonously. And also his, his voice, sometimes I can tolerate him, and other times, and also, I just don't like his facial expressions in general. I just don't like facial expressions. Because and I especially don't like the way he's staring into my goddamn soul. Should I be saying that? Should I be saying that? Or am I gonna get canceled just for saying damn? Honestly, that'll be really crazy if I get canceled for saying the D-A-M-N word. You know what I mean? The D-A-M-N. I should probably say darn. I don't like how he's staring into my darn soul. Yeah. Alright, guys, I'm back. Sorry if I've been gone for a very long time. It's just that I have a lot of better things to do. Although I beg to differ, that it's rather quiet. It's rather quiet in here. Very silently. Whew, okay, I think we're back. Sorry if I waste y'all's time, and I've been gone for like almost like I'm sorry I've been gone for quite a while. It's just that I had a very pleasant dinner, so you could at least cut me some slack. I mean, at least it's better having to watch whatever horrors I had to watch on screen. I don't know why my throat sounds all rusty. Hold up. Now, where was I? Oh, yes. Well, the problem with Icicle is that, he basically, he not only puts everything in all caps and he gets, like, a million views out of it, which is, like, why? But, like, he also put types in the title where, like, he thinks it's most relevant, but not the title itself. Like, this is the one that should be the title. This is the title he wants you to read. Honestly, it kind of sounds shady, not gonna lie. I'm not trying to antagonize him or anything, but like, even I know how to title stuff, anything related to inside the video.
My friends traumatized a burglar, but it was so funny we got away with it. Back in high school, my friends and I had this weird tradition. Horror movie sleepovers. Full costumes, fake blood, sound effects, you name it. We even had a fog machine my buddy Matt bought off Craigslist for $20. One night, we're mid-marathon, all dressed as zombies and slashers, when we hear a window creak open in the kitchen. At first, we thought it was part of the movie. Then we heard real footsteps. Without even planning it, we all snapped into horror mode. Matt hit the fog machine. Sarah turned on the strobe lights. I started crawling across the floor in full zombie makeup, groaning like a dying cat. The poor guy stepped into the living room and immediately froze. Picture it. Fog everywhere, flashing lights, 6 bloody corpses groaning and twitching on the floor. He screamed, like full horror movie scream, and bolted straight back out the window. Didn't even try the door. Left his shoe behind like some messed up Cinderella. We called the cops, who found him 2 blocks away, babbling about demon kids and ghost smoke. The cops laughed so hard they didn't even lecture us about the fog machine. They just told us next time, maybe try less terror. Sometimes home security isn't alarms or cameras. Sometimes it's just a bunch of broke teenagers and a $20 fog machine. We didn't stop the burglar, we scared him into an early retirement. My friends traumatized a...
Let me be for real here. Let's be for real here. Who in a right mind will watch this type of content? Because, like, this is not... I don't want to be like one of those the AI slut content channels, but like like how am I supposed to take it seriously? Like how am I supposed to like listen to it with a straight face, with my eyes peeled on the screen, without feeling bored? Like, there's literally no flavor to it. And I have worse type of content where there's like, it feels like a nothing burger. Yeah. I have worse nothing burgers. Whatever, it's one. What am I doing with my life right now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 1. Two, 3, 4. Bro, how many? Five. And so, oh,
My friends traumatized a burglar, but it was so fun.
Asking vampires.
My stepdad tried to erase everything about my real dad, so I erased his future instead. When I was 8 years old, my dad died in a car accident. No warning, no goodbye, just gone. He was my best friend, my hero, the guy who built me a treehouse with his own hands and stayed up all night fixing it when it leaked. After the funeral, I slept with one of his old flannel shirts for weeks, just to remember the smell. It broke my mom, and for a while, I didn't blame her. She cried a lot.
who names their channel or text? See, look, this is where I have a problem. Out of all the YouTube names, like, any creative YouTube names, I'm saying creative in quotations because I'm sure they probably ran out. But seriously, out of all the names you would come with, you decide to name yourself Aura Text. Congratulations. You just won a silver medal of the most stupidest name you could have ever come up with. Not a gold medal, because, it's not even close.
Barely 8. Some days she couldn't get out of bed, so when she met Greg...
And you know one of my least favorite things about these types of shorts, the YouTube shorts, where I had to listen to AI stories. I had to listen to AI stories that no one cares about. And the worst part is that I had to watch 3 minutes. I might be turning one to those iPad kids where they have an attention span of a goldfish and their brains turning into mush, mushier than a sack of potatoes. But who would want to listen to an AI telling me about story time? I'm not listening to a story. I'm literally listening to an entire essay. Let's just continue, because
A year later, some corporate guy with a smile too white to be real. I wanted to be happy for her. He brought groceries, fixed the gutters, took her to nice restaurants. But it didn't take long to figure out Greg wasn't here to help. He was here to replace. He moved into our house after 6 months, started reorganizing things, moved all of my dad's tools to the garage attic without asking, took down the framed photo of my parents' wedding, and swapped it for an abstract painting that looked like someone spilled ketchup on concrete. Then he changed the Wi-Fi name from Thomas Home to Greg Network. Subtle, but I noticed. One day I came home from school and saw a cardboard box on the front porch labeled donation/trash. Inside, my dad's old baseball glove, a pocket watch I'd seen him polish every Sunday, his favorite records, a photo album with pages missing. I ran inside and asked my mom what was going on. Before she could answer, Greg said, "We're decluttering. Time to let go of the past." That was the first time I wanted to hit him. I didn't. I just picked up the box, took it back to my room, hid it under my bed like it was illegal contraband. From that day on, I barely spoke to him. He tried to force the father role, told me to call him dad. I refused. He downgraded it to sir. Every time I said his name, it tasted like spoiled food. Fast forward 10 years. Greg's now some mid-level political wannabe. Button-up shirts, fake tan, fake smile. He announces he's running for city council to bring integrity and strong family values back to our town. He starts holding little meet and greets, Instagram lives, Facebook videos with the captions, "Building a better tomorrow." I watched from the kitchen while he filmed in our backyard. Behind the camera, I rolled my eyes so hard I almost saw last week. But here's the thing. I wasn't a kid anymore. I was 18, and I hadn't forgotten. I started going through old devices, emails, voice recordings, and then I found it. A file saved from when I was 17. It was an audio clip, recorded on my phone by accident. I'd left it recording during dinner while studying for an oral history project. In the clip, you can hear Greg talking to my mom in the next room. He needs to stop pretending his dad was some kind of saint. I'm the one raising him now. If it were up to me, I'd toss the rest of that crap and start over. My mom says nothing. He keeps going. It's pathetic. Still moping over a ghost like a little baby. What kind of man does that? My chest burned listening to it. I could have played it for my mom then, could have screamed, but I waited. Greg was planning a campaign launch party at our house. Told everyone to dress business casual. Hired a videographer. Bought a fog machine. He even had a 3-minute video.
What am I saying? See, look what it's doing to me. It's making me into an unrecognizable human being.
A real plan for the big screen, a tribute to himself. Headshots, slow-mo handshakes, fake volunteer work. I offered to help with the editing. He called me surprisingly useful. The fog machine. The night of the party, I loaded my version onto the projector. No one checked it. They were too busy sipping Greg's hand-picked wine and praising his vision. When the lights dimmed, the music started. At first, it looked like the real. Shots of Greg shaking hands, standing in front of City Hall, pointing at charts. Then, cut. A still image of my dad appeared, followed by a sentence on screen. "This is the man Greg tried to erase." Then came the audio. Greg's voice. "Toss the rest of that crap and start over." Pathetic. Still moping over a ghost. Baby. Then photos. Side by side. Greg posing with donors versus my dad helping me build that old tree treehouse. Greg in his campaign suit versus my dad, covered in grease, fixing a stranger's flat tire. The final frame, Greg's face. And underneath, some men build legacies, others try to steal them. After the video played and the room went silent, Greg didn't say a word, didn't try to defend himself, didn't even finish his wine. He just left. Walked out of his own campaign party in a wrinkled suit and shiny fake smile. The next morning, the house was quiet. No campaign calls, no Instagram lives, no smug commentary from the kitchen. I opened the front door around noon and saw it. His car, gone. His campaign signs, dumped in a pile by the garage. His expensive Mayor Greg mugs, still in the box he'd ordered them in. And inside, his suits, his files, his laptop bag, all stacked neatly in the hallway. I packed everything up myself, taped the box shut, labeled it in thick black marker. Junk. My stepdad...
Let's be for real here. How does this count as a YouTube short? I mean, I hate to be one of those people who like overanalyze over simple things, but like, how is this a YouTube short? Like, I feel like almost every one of these AI generated stories that is I focus? Why can't I focus today? Get a grip. Sorry. It's just that I feel like almost every one of these AI generated stories being told by these I feel like these AI generated stories being told I messed up again. I feel like these AI generated stories being told by these AI generated voices feels like I'm literally watching 30 minutes. Each one of these shorts where I had to listen to these AI generated stories which are supposedly near 3 minutes is like 15 minutes long. But hey, I signed up for this, so I put the blame on me.
I'm never having kids because I just saw a video where this father
Great.
showed off some pictures his daughter drew for him. And at first, it was cute because the daughter was like, "Daddy, look, I drew our family." And the drawings would have her, the father, and their dog in it. Seems really sweet, right? Well, it was until the father showed the last drawing she made. Because in that one, it wasn't just them and the dog in it. There was one extra person. But I don't even know if you could call it a person because it looked like a demon. When I first saw it, I thought she was trying to draw the thing from the Momo challenge. So the dad asks the daughter who that extra person is, and she goes, "That's my friend." Well, that's terrifying, but then it gets even worse because the dad says, "Oh, well, why does she look like that?" And the little girl goes, "Don't say that, Dad. She gets mad when you talk about her like that." What? I'm sorry, but if this happened to me, my daughter and her little friend over there can go hang out at the orphanage because I ain't messing with whatever that is. I'm never having kids because
If I had to listen to any of these stories, you know what? I'm glad that they're made by humans, but like, if I had to listen to any of these stories made by people whose intent is only to be very loud and annoying, then I'd rather stub my toe in the nearest Lego brick. But hey, maybe I'm thinking too negative, like I'm always am. Maybe I'm thinking too negative. Maybe the next short won't be so bad.
What's your "they didn't realize I could understand their language" story? I was adopted from Korea at age 3, but my white American parents made sure I kept learning Korean. Growing up in Texas, no one ever guessed I was fluent. I was 16 when my high school got a new Korean math teacher, Mrs. Park. On my first day in her class, she looked surprised to see me, but said nothing. I heard her mutter in Korean, "Great, another banana, yellow on the outside, white on the inside." For the next month, she'd make comments about me in Korean during class, thinking I couldn't understand. She called me the fake Korean and the whitewashed one. When I got good grades, she'd say in Korean that I must be cheating because adoptees are usually stupid. Other Korean students in class would laugh at her comments. Some even joined in, making fun of how I used chopsticks wrong or how I couldn't read Hangul. Mrs. Park encouraged it, praising them in Korean for keeping their culture pure. During parent conferences, she switched between perfect English with my parents and Korean with other Korean parents. To my parents, she praised my performance. But in Korean, she told other parents I was a disgrace to our people and that adoption should be banned. One day, she paired me with a Korean student for a project. In Korean, she told him to do all the work because the adopted one will just mess it up. That's when I'd had enough. I turned to her and said in perfect Korean, "I may be adopted, but at least I'm not a bitter teacher who bullies children." The classroom went silent. Mrs. Park's face turned white. She started stuttering in both languages, trying to explain herself. The Korean students who had laughed at her jokes sank in their seats, realizing I had understood every insult. I switched to formal.
Look, if you're gonna make a mediocre story in a mediocre platform known as YouTube Shorts, then go ahead. I don't care if it's AI generated. I don't care if you're obnoxious, loud, and annoying and apathetic. Like, at least tell a story or at least show visuals of it, such as, like, certain imagery, instead of just like satisfying videos you probably stolen from the internet, which you probably never given credit of because you're too lazy or you just don't want to do it. Because but hey, it's okay because you keep rolling these packets from the money. I hope it was worth it. Okay, sorry. Okay.
Korean, the kind you use with elders, making my words even more cutting. I told her I had recorded every comment she made about me and other students. I had
It's just
dates,
that these
times,
shorts-
and exact quotes written down. She begged
these
me in
shorts
Korean
are
not to tell
cute.
anyone. She said she would lose her visa if she got fired. I replied in Korean that she should have thought about that before mocking children in what she thought was a secret language. The next day, the principal called me into his office. Mrs. Park had told him I was disruptive in class. I played him the recordings on my phone. Her voice filled his office, calling me and other students horrible names in Korean while speaking sweetly in English. The principal, who was Korean American himself, listened with a clenched jaw. He had hired Mrs. Park personally, thinking she would be a good role model for Asian students. By lunch, she was escorted from the building. 2 months later, I got a letter from the Korean embassy. Mrs. Park had been fired from 6 previous schools for similar behavior. She targeted adopted Korean children specifically, thinking they wouldn't understand her. But I wasn't the first one who did. The Korean American Teachers Association wrote me a formal apology. They had video from my class showing how other students joined in the bullying. Every Korean student who had participated had to take cultural sensitivity training. What's your
Man, I forgot how many cringe shorts I watched. Hang on, let's go back all the way from the beginning so I can count them.
We're looking for gamers who want to become a video game designer or programmer. Go to this website, which
What's the biggest?
we're looking for
Brain rot
Okay, let's play a little game called Counting Game. All right, so we have 1.
What's the biggest? What's the big?
3. 4.
Make your browser.
What's the
5.
Steve,
6. 7.
What's
8. 9.
My friend
10.
my stepdad
11.
I'm never
12.
What's your
13. Have I watched it?
All right, this is a
What's your they didn't realize I could understand their language story? I was adopted from Korea at age 3, but my white American begged me in Korean not to tell anyone. She said she would lose her visa if she got fired. I replied in Korean that she should have thought about that before mocking children in what she thought was a secret language. The next day, the principal called me into his office. Mrs. Park had told him I was disruptive in class. I played him the recordings on my phone. Her voice filled his office, calling me and other students horrible names in Korean while speaking sweetly in English. The principal, who was Korean American himself, listened with a clenched jaw. He had hired Mrs. Park personally, thinking she would be a good role model for Asian students. By lunch, she was escorted from the building. 2 months later, I got a letter from the Korean embassy. Mrs. Park had been fired from 6 previous schools for similar behavior. She targeted adopted Korean children specifically, thinking they wouldn't understand her. But I wasn't the first one who did. The Korean American Teachers Association wrote me a formal apology. They had video from my class showing how other students joined in the bullying. Every Korean student who had participated had to take cultural sensitivity training. What's your they didn't realize I could understand their language?
Oh, great, it's her again. All right.
this is a precision challenge. Let's go. Pizza. Whew. Let's go. Okay. Heart. Oh, that's so cute. Wait. Yes.
There you go.
Yes.
I don't like how you shake your camera, though. Like, what was the need for that?
Boba. Oh, I love boba.
All right, drop it in.
Okay. That boba definitely moved. I'm just gonna say that.
Oh, put it through the hole.
Okay. Last one. Lead. I messed this up in real life. Oh gosh.
Dang it! I can't pause. Hey!
This is a
Have you ever had the wrong idea? Have you ever had the wrong idea about someone? When I started my new job at an accounting firm, there was this guy, Toby, who everyone avoided like the plague. He looked intimidating, tall, muscular, covered in tattoos, with a permanent scowl on his face. The office manager warned me on my first day to stay away from him, saying he had anger issues. For months, I believed the whispers. I'd seen him snap at people who interrupted his work, and he spent lunches alone in his car instead of the break room. One time, he slammed his keyboard so hard that it broke. The incident report said it was workplace aggression. Then one rainy Tuesday, my car wouldn't start after work. The parking lot was empty except for Toby's truck. I debated calling an Uber, but before I could, he walked over. My heart started racing. Instead of the growl I expected, he quietly asked if I needed a jump start. When the cables didn't work, he offered me a ride home. I almost said no, but it was pouring, and I was desperate. The drive was awkwardly silent until we passed a small animal shelter. His whole demeanor changed as he pointed it out, telling me he volunteered there every weekend. Turns out, those lunch breaks in his car, he was bottle feeding orphaned kittens. The anger issues? He'd caught a manager verbally abusing an intern and stood up for her. The keyboard incident? He'd just learned that his sister's cancer had spread. That ride changed everything. I started noticing things I'd missed before. How he always refilled the coffee pot when it was empty. How he helped the cleaning staff take out trash when they were short-staffed. The aggressive man had the biggest heart in the office. A month later, we had a huge audit coming up. Everyone was stressed, working late. I walked into the break room at 9 p.m. to find Toby teaching Linda, our oldest employee, how to use Excel shortcuts. He'd stayed 4 hours after his shift to help her because she was afraid of being fired for being too old for computers. The real shock came during our holiday party. The CEO was giving his annual speech when a small group of kids burst in, running straight for Toby. Confused whispers filled the room. Toby scoops them up, huge smile on his face. Turns out those kids were from the local children's home. Every month, Toby anonymously donated half his salary to support their education. He'd never told anyone. The scary guy who everyone avoided was literally keeping orphaned kids in school. I later found out why he had all those tattoos. Each one represented a kid he'd helped get adopted. 23 tattoos, 23 children who found homes because of him. The skull on his forearm? That was for Tommy, who beat brain cancer. The dragon on his neck? Sarah, who escaped an abusive home. The office dynamic completely shifted after that party. People started seeing the real Toby. The break room was no longer empty during his lunch hour. His desk started accumulating little thank you notes from coworkers he'd quietly helped. perfect. 6 months later, our firm had its best quarter ever. During the celebration, our CEO announced a new charitable foundation, funded by the company, run by Toby. The guy everyone used to avoid was now in charge of millions in charitable giving. Have you ever had the wrong idea about someone?
I took it upon myself to teach a kid not to be rude to his mom, and I went about it the best and worst way possible at once. There's nothing I hate more in this world than bratty and entitled kids. And so when I was at Target and saw this little 5-year-old kid making his mother cry, I decided it was time to put my vigilante cap on. I knew what I was going to do, and it wasn't.
We're getting to the deep side of YouTube. We're going to the deep, dark side of YouTube. The very obscure one. It's a shame that it's another one of those AI stories. Like, how many AI stories am I have to listen to for almost 3 whole minutes? Unbelievable.
Wasn't going to be pretty. I turned to my friend, licked my lips with excitement, and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "It's time. Watch and learn." I sauntered over to this kid's aisle where he was calling his mom an idiot for not buying him a G.I. Joe vehicle. She responded to him, "I bought that one for you last week and you broke it by throwing it down the stairs." The kid yelled back, "Shut up! I need it!" The mother then gave him a defeated look. "I don't have enough money right now. See? You are an idiot. Make more money," he yelled at her again. I started inching closer when out of nowhere he shouted at his mom, "F you! I hate you!" She started tearing up and turned her back to him. As soon as she did this, the kid, instead of turning around and apologizing, got on his hands and knees and started ripping open the package to take the toy out of the box. That's when I knew it was showtime. I positioned my back towards him and started squatting down. I bent down to reach for one of the toys on the lower shelf, and at this point, my butt was inches away from his head. I was so close that from a distance, it looked like I was about to sit on him. And then, right as I was about to do it, the kid sat up and noticed my triple XL butt an inch from his sniffer. He then looked up at me, and I turned my head around to make direct eye contact. I glanced over in the mother's direction, who still had her back turned. I relished in this moment. And then, just like a Beyblade, I let it rip. For those who haven't figured it out yet, this whole time I had planned on farting on him to teach him a lesson, and everything, including the Taco Bell I had earlier, had just culminated into this sweet moment. The initial blast of my fart was mighty and boisterous. I swear I saw his hair blowing back. The fart could have probably blown over an empty soda can, and the smell that followed was so pungent that a man in a coma would have woken up just to plug his nose. Just like that, in a split second, the fart manifested from a joyous, dry air horn squeal to a nefarious, hissing gas of doom. I think the little kid noticed the metamorphosis before I even did, because he cranked his neck like a 90 in a futile attempt to get away from the personified evil being fumigated into his soul. When I finished with my business, there was a silent, pregnant pause. The only sound was this kid dry heaving, and his face showed that he had just been taught the lesson, "Ish ain't sweet." I then swiftly stood up to walk away, but then the unexpected fallout occurred. His mom asked, "What's that smell?" She turned around and walked up to him to ask what's wrong, but the kid can't speak. All he gets out is, "Bow wah 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 fart, bow wah wah." I was just about to successfully leave, but that's when the kid pointed at me shouting, "He farted on me!" I felt my heart stop, as visions of having to explain this one to a judge started spinning in my head. The mom then yelled at me, "Excuse me, sir." I turn around. "Me? Yes, you. Did you just fart on my son?" I weighed my options in my head and decided to play dumb. "What? I mean, I did fart. On my son? Well, I mean, technically speaking, I mean, what is on? Why did you fart on my son?" At this point, I knew it was raps, so I decided to just show my hand. I turned my attention to the little kid and stared at him, because the whole store could hear him being nasty to his mother and making her cry, so I thought I'd come over here and teach him manners. The mom looks at me, then her son and the scattered G.I. Joe box on the floor. The mom was puzzled as to what to do and says to me, just go." That was all I needed. I turned around and booked it outside as fast as I can. My friend was by this point right out front waiting for me. As soon as I got it, asks me, "Do you do that a lot?" Not that much. Like once a month or so. I took it upon.
Why is... Don't expect any answers. Let's just move on. I just can't stand these type of stories. Let's move on.
How did you deal with your super religious family? My grandma is old school religious. Like, she still writes Bible verses on sticky notes and hides them in our shoes. I love her. But growing up, I was scared to tell her I didn't believe the same things. Every Sunday, she'd ask if I prayed, and I'd lie and say yes, just to make her smile. One year at Thanksgiving, she handed me the small handmade quilt. Each square, she said, has a prayer stitched in. I didn't have the heart to tell her I didn't pray. I just nodded and hugged her. That night, I looked at the stitching. Each square had tiny phrases like peace, love, forgiveness. No Bible verses, just kindness. Later that week, I finally sat down with her. I told her gently that I didn't follow the same faith. I thought she'd cry, or worse, be disappointed. But she just smiled, held my hand and said, "I don't need you to believe what I believe. I just need you to live with love." That's all I ever prayed for. After that, our talks changed. She'd still tell me stories from church, but now she asks me what I believe in. Sometimes we just sit and watch the birds outside her window, saying nothing at all. People always ask how I dealt with my religious family. Truth is, I didn't deal with them. I listened. And they listened back. Faith isn't about agreement. It's about love that stays, even when beliefs don't. How did you deal with your
Does anyone else have a rich friend that doesn't realize how rich they are? Because I know a person like this, and I went to his house one time, which was already super nice. But when I got there, he was giving me a tour of the place, and eventually we made it to the backyard.
Yeah.
But in the backyard, there was a separate house. So I was like,
Wait,
dang, you guys even have a guest house? But then he was like, huh? No, we don't. So then I went, well, whose house is that? And I pointed to it. But you know what his response was? Oh, you're talking about the doghouse. The what? Then he goes, yeah, that's where the dog spends a lot of his time. Brother, that
No. Don't zoom past that. Don't zoom past that. Is that a puppet toy? Because who in a right mind eats puppet toys? It's just like pieces of plastic. How are you supposed to consume an entire piece of plastic without choking yourself? Honestly, I shouldn't be thinking this deep. Don't expect any answers, because, well, it's a YouTube short. Like, why? What else?
the doghouse. The what? Then he goes, yeah, that's where the dog spends a lot of his time. Brother, that dog has a bigger house than my family of 5. And then he has the audacity to say, well, don't you have a doghouse for your dog? Yeah, we do have a doghouse. Not a full estate. So of course, I did the only logical thing you could do in this situation, and I asked if I could be their new pet. Like, I'll bark and play fetch all you want if you let me chill in the house. That dog better be paying rent. Does anyone?
I don't know why you're making a big deal out of it. Like, it's just a dog living his best life. You're just jealous that he's broke. I know I may sound like a hypocrite, but still, this dog is literally having a better life than you. Don't get mad at it because he has a better life than yours, you brokey. Okay, let me stop. Okay, I really
Have you?
I have a roasting.
I'm never having.
I forgot. What.
We're looking brain.
One.
What's the biggest What's the biggest mis?
Make your browser.
What's the dumbest thing you've done?
Steve,
What's something you've been
What's the most invisible
Thing.
My friend's traumatized.
Asking vampire.
My stepdad tried.
I'm never having.
What's your.
Alright, this is.
Have you ever had the wrong idea about someone? When I started my new job at an accounting firm, there was.
I took it upon myself to.
How did you deal with your
Does anyone else have a?
My professor failed.
18, I think. Oh, and we're on to 19. And also, hold up.
Does that?
What the hell is this? I don't want to hear from you guys saying, "Oh, hey, look! This is a child. This is a child." I might be wrong, but this is a child. Like, who in a right? Like, no, don't. I don't want to.
Does anyone?
My professor
from you.
My professor
And of course, we're back with Aura Text. Yay!
failed me over a missing cover page, so I made his daughter name her baby after me. He ruined my life with a red pen and a smug smile. It started with a paper I'd worked on for weeks, my final project in his ethics course. It was flawless, cited, structured, passionate, but I forgot the cover page, just the cover page. When I got it back, grade F.
Where's the passion in all these stories?
Comment, no exceptions. Instructions matter. That one F dragged my GPA below the threshold. I lost my scholarship, had to drop out of my senior year with over $12,000 in debt. I went to his office, tried to talk. He didn't even flinch. He said, deadlines are life. College is practice. Consider this your lesson. So I learned. I learned where he lived, that he had a wife who was a trauma counselor, and a daughter, Liv, a junior at our university, pre-med, bright, new to campus, pretty, and completely unaware of the nuclear fallout her dad had just triggered. She and I ended up in the same sociology elective after I re-enrolled part-time. She sat next to me on the first day. I didn't plan that part, but I leaned in. We studied together, laughed, connected. She told me her dad was a professor, but I played dumb. She didn't know what department. She didn't care. She wasn't close to him. He's kind of obsessive, she said. Always right, even when he's wrong. We started dating. When Redmond saw us on campus one afternoon, his face collapsed in on itself. He pulled her aside. That night, she called me crying. He'd interrogated her about me, demanded she stop seeing me, said I was manipulative, said I disrespected authority. She moved out of his house that week. We got closer. I never rushed anything. I didn't have to. She was kind, loving, independent, and she knew something was off about her father, even if she couldn't name it. 6 months in, she told me she was pregnant. I froze, not because I wasn't ready, but because suddenly the universe had handed me something I never expected. unexpected. A choice. I asked her what she wanted to do. She said she wanted to keep it. I stayed by her side. At the family meeting where she told her parents, Professor Redmond sat silent for almost a minute. Then he stood up and walked out. Didn't say a word. His wife apologized for him. 9 months later, our son was born. We named him Elijah, my full name. It was her idea. She said, if he wants nothing to do with this baby, let's make sure he never forgets who the father is. When she showed her parents the birth certificate, Redmond finally spoke. Is this a joke? She said, no, it's karma. He stormed out again. But this time, his wife followed him and then divorced him. Because here's what Liv didn't know. What I later found out from her mom, over coffee, a year later. Her dad didn't just fail me. He'd been failing students for years, specifically first-gen, low-income, or minority students. The ethics board had gotten complaints, but no one ever followed through, until me. Because I didn't just become a dad, I became a problem. While raising my son, I spent late nights gathering records, student testimonies, and filing official complaints. I worked with the university ombudsman. I pulled up past lawsuits he'd buried in red tape. When the investigation launched, he was still grading papers like nothing would ever touch him, but he forgot something. I had time, I had patience, and now I had a kid with his last name and my first. When the university fired him for ethics violations and patterns of discriminatory grading, he appealed it, but my name, my literal name, was on the documents as the lead complainant. Now, every time he opens his inbox, every time he checks his mail, every time he hears Elijah, he hears me. He failed me over a piece of paper. So I wrote my name on one he'll never escape. He left the university, his tenure, and his reputation behind. I boxed up his last letter, labeled the box, returned to sender. My professor failed me over a...
This is... no. Oh. Alright, now before I press play...
Excuse me, your fence is 2.831 inches over into our property.
About a year ago, the fence fell down. Me and the previous owner had a handshake deal, and we just eyeballed where the fence goes.
Okay, well, that was the previous owner. Now move the fence.
Move it?
Yes, you're 2.831 inches over into our land. That's way above average.
See? 3 inches is actually above average.
What?
Never mind. Do you understand?
Don't tell me I ain't gonna check the comments. Now, I'm not the one who's gonna call someone out, but these two commenters, please seek help. Stop it. Get some help.
Understand how fences work? They're cemented into the ground. We can't just pick it up and move it. That would cost me thousands of dollars.
I don't care. Move the fence, now!
Can we split the price?
No! This is your problem. Now move the fence or I'll get my legal team involved.
You're gonna sue me over 2.831 inches?
I want the fence pulled out and gone.
What is
Okay, fine.
Thanks. Thank you. I'm so happy you removed the fence. I wish you would have let me know beforehand. I need to let Mr. Razzie. He'll start to tear up the house if he's not allowed outside. Hope to see the fence back up soon. On your 2.831 inches this time. It's been over a week. When do you plan on putting the fence back up? Mr. Razzie is ruining all my furniture.
That sounds like a you problem.
What?
I'm not putting the fence back up.
What? Yes, you are. I need it back up now. Mr. Razzie is going crazy.
I'm not rebuilding the fence. I took it down like you requested. If you want a new fence, you can pay someone to put a new one in.
You can't do this to me! Mr. Razzie is going crazy. He will tear up my whole house. You need to pay someone to install the fence.
That's a you problem, not a me problem. Sure, Lua, Karen.
What he said, get out. Get out. Are you trying to cast a Hogwarts spell?
Something only kids who grew up poor would understand. I perfected the heat wave survival plan during summers when we couldn't afford AC. By age 9, I had a detailed rotation system. Mondays and Thursdays were library days. I'm working on a special project for next year. I tell the librarian, who definitely knew better, but always let me stay in that sweet cold building until closing. Tuesdays were for the mall. I'd saved exactly $2.17 from collecting cans. Enough for a small ice cream that bought me hours of sitting in the food court. When asked why I was alone, I had my story ready. My mom's shopping. I'm just waiting. Wednesdays and Fridays, I'd cycle through friends' houses. Can Tyler come over to play video games? My friends would ask their parents, not knowing I didn't care about the games. I just needed somewhere with air conditioning. The weekend was hardest. Sometimes we'd ride the bus all day, $1.50 for hours of AC. Other times, my mom would take us to the grocery store, moving through each aisle slowly, cooling off while pretending to comparison shop. One brutal August day, my teacher Mrs. Bennett spotted me at the library, my third visit that week. Instead of exposing me, she casually mentioned her broken AC at home, and how she was escaping the heat too. The next day, a used but working window unit appeared on our porch. The note just said, from a fellow heat escaper. We never discussed it, but Mrs. Bennett winked at me when school started that fall. What's something only kids who grew up...
Oh, finally, something satisfying. My God! Gilver? Oh. Alright. I would count this as the best ASMR ever if I didn't have the volume at the highest. Like, am I the only one who thinks this is like bursting my eardrums? Are you trying to make your audience deaf? Okay, let's see. Oh. Okay. Stop! Honestly, I would count this as a very satisfying ASMR. If almost the entirety of the video isn't like sorry, it's just that like sometimes I don't understand someone. Like how I'm almost about to hit 25. Which is like the 10%. Yay.
Okay, I saw that you said if
Dads, what's the funniest thing your kid's been completely wrong about? The second my son got his first credit card, he went crazy. New clothes, new shoes, and the craziest of it all, a 100-inch TV for his room. I checked his statement and nearly had a heart attack. Why are you maxing out your card? He just shrugged. I thought that was the point, and I just stared at him. The point of a credit card? He nodded, completely serious. Yeah, it's free money. Oh no, son. You have to pay back everything you spend. That's when he gave me the dumbest look ever. What do you mean, pay back? Now I was the one panicking. I grabbed his card. Every dollar you just spent, you owe it. He blinked. But I don't have that money. I was amazed. He had zero clue about this at all. You know this affects your credit score, right? Now he looked genuinely horrified. He just sat there processing his entire existence. Then he had a brilliant idea. Okay, so if I don't pay, did they just take my TV back? I almost choked. No, they don't take your stuff. They take your future. Now he finally realized. You won't be able to get a car, rent an apartment, or take out a loan. He looked like he was about to pass out. The next few weeks were hilarious. Every time the bank sent a letter, he would stare at it like...
I'm sorry, but what kind of game is this where you just like drag your little juice character and whenever you collect the little juices, they seem a little too happy. Look at them. It's like they are feeling aroused when you collect the little baby juices that they're collecting. However, it has to be the corresponding juices because if you like hit either of the opposite ones, then you probably die. Wait, now I'm thinking about it. That does sound kind of messed up. Sorry. Let's see.
It was a court summons. He even asked me, can I go to jail for this? I just shrugged. Maybe. Then the bill finally came. Of course, he couldn't pay it. His credit score plummeted instantly. I had two options, bail him out or let him learn. So to teach a lesson, I let him suffer. And now every time we pass a bank, he just sighs and whispers, I was too young for this. Dads, what's the...
Just how many of these AI shorts, how many times I'm gonna run into like those AI story time videos. Alright.
What's something your parents did that backfired on them horribly? When I was 16, my dad insisted I get a part-time job because you need to learn responsibility. He made it very clear that I wouldn't be welcome in his house after I turned 18, just like his...
Don't check sound, please. What? Auto-dubbed. Audio checks from some languages were automatically generated. What? I can't believe there's real breathing humans who actually take this junk seriously. Their eyes must have steel. They have they have very sharp vision on the story instead of whatever's happening in the background.
His father had done to him. I worked diligently at a local grocery store for 2 years, saving every penny I could for my inevitable departure. What I didn't realize was that my dad had been accessing the bank account he set up and borrowing money regularly. When I asked him before my 18th birthday, I discovered I had less than $300 saved. On my 18th birthday, I came home from school to find my belongings in garbage bags on the front lawn. He had also given away my cat to a coworker. I bounced between friends' couches until my English teacher discovered my situation. She and her husband let me stay in their guest room until I finished high school. With their support, I applied for scholarships and eventually graduated from college. I moved to another state, built a career, and created a stable life for myself. Then last year, when I was 29, I received a call from a number I didn't recognize. It was my dad, now 58, sobbing that he'd lost his house to foreclosure and needed a place to stay. When I asked what happened to his savings and retirement funds, he admitted he'd gambled most of it away and spent the rest on a failed business venture. He expected me to welcome him with open arms because family takes care of family. I reminded him that I wasn't family when he threw me out 11 years earlier. I suggested he look for a job and hung up. I blocked his number and filed a police report just in case. What's something your parents did that back—
Hey, Mr. King. What do you...
Oh,
The best value...
My
it's a normal video. I got her a normal video.
day is ruined.
What? Why, babe?
I broke my nails, and it's your fault.
What? How the hell is it my fault? I haven't even seen you today.
I was thinking about you while I was doing my laundry, and I snapped it.
Oh, right, so that makes it my fault.
Yes.
I'm sorry you thought about me and broke your nail. I sent you some money to get them redone.
Okay, thank you, baby. You're the best. Babe, do you like my new nails?
Yeah, I love them. Next time you should get Sky Blue French Tip 1.5 nails.
What?
Sky Blue French Tip 1.5 nails? Show me another pic, babe.
Wait, hold on.
What?
How the do you know about that?
What do you mean, babe?
Those nails. How do you know?
It's just common knowledge, babe.
No, it's not. Do you have a nail tech friend or something?
Haha, no. I'm just...
Girl, what are these text AI generated stories? What are these text stories? Like, am I supposed to take them seriously? Because, I don't know, in the background you're making it real hard for me to take everything seriously. Seriously. I don't know.
Just helping you out since you asked for my opinion.
What other bitch is telling you about these nails then, huh?
What the hell? No one is telling me about them. Sorry for being a good boyfriend.
I'm serious. How the did you learn about those nails?
My ex used to get them. There. You happy now? They looked good on her, so I thought they'd look good on you.
Your ex? Are you being for real?
Well, yeah, obviously.
Do you know what you should do? You should get rid of that yee ass haircut and get a low taper fade.
Babe, I was only trying to help. But how the hell do you know about that haircut?
It's just common knowledge, babe.
Are you cheating on me? That was very specific. Did you get back with your ex? That guy Derek didn't deserve you. Babe, answer me. Hello? You cheater.
Yes.
I knew it.
You want to see a magic trick? Poof. You're single. My day is...
Look, I hate to be the Mr. Overanalyzer, but I honestly don't see what this guy did wrong. I mean, all she does is complain about her nails broke and him be its fault. Like, it was just like trying to, like, commentating on the nails, like, it's like a compliment or something. I don't even know what I'm supposed to, how which one's the good guy, which one's the bad guy. I guess we'll never know. Don't expect any answers, kids, because if you look hard enough, then you'll probably lose your mind. That's how YouTube should
The best.
My day is...
John.
Wait. Oh, hey, Wait, Roblox. Oh, we're getting into Roblox territory, guys. Buckle up. I'm about to get something to drink, guys. Okay, I'm back. And I got something to drink. At least to stay hydrated. Remember, guys, stay hydrated, even if you can't see the water bottle. Which, honestly, I don't even care. Just enjoying my comfort zone. Whew! I feel hydrated already. Right. Where was I? Oh, yes. We're into Roblox territory.
John, you have served your time for 20 years. You are free to go.
Free? But I have been in here for too long. What am I gonna do out there? I should go and find a job.
Sorry, we are not hiring criminals.
But I served my time. I'm just an ex-criminal.
Same thing. Now get out of my store.
No, you have no experience.
You are too old for this job, old.
Aw, man. Wait, what did he do, though? I mean, if he did some, like, very heinous acts, such as, like, bestiality or pedophilia, then I think I know why he's in jail. But in that case, why is he in jail?
Old man?
Maybe this world doesn't have a place for me anymore, huh? I robbed that bakery before. Wait, I do have a place for me.
Hello? Please help us. We are being robbed. I'm coming, ma'am.
Huh? About time. I'm tired of waiting.
Why did you do that to get caught again, John?
I miss this place, officer. Out there, no one would hire an ex-criminal like me. I got nothing to eat. I have to sleep under the cold rain. In here, the prison's food tastes weird, but it fills my belly. The bed is rock hard, but it keeps me from the rain. I could not ask for more.
Like, subscribe and comment to tell me how can I help him.
Wait! You don't have Robux? Click in the link in my bio.
Whoa, 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 no, 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 wait a minute. No. This is unacceptable. Like, I'm pretty sure 99% of my audience is
Click in the link in my bio.
If you see this link right here, hang on, let me go to this dude's channel. Hang on, let me go to this dude's channel. Oh, links bio. Yeah, that's definitely a virus, or at least like one of those ransomware or ransomware chainmail. Look, whatever he's now, kids. Let me tell you something. If someone tells you, hey kid, get free Robux, all you have to do is to click a certain website to earn free Robux. Call the police. Or at least tell your parents to go to this dude's channel right here and call the police. Like, this guy right here obviously promotes this website with malicious intent. I don't know why I saved myself there, but honestly, thank God I saved myself, because then I don't have to look like a dum-dum. No. Don't fall for any of these scams.
My day.
What's the greatest thing you've ever seen?
Great.
My little brother James becoming a hero at our local hospital. I never imagined I'd witness something so incredible from my shy, autistic 16-year-old brother. James always struggled with social interactions, but he had this special connection with animals. He could calm down the most aggressive dogs and even had neighborhood cats following him home. My parents tried channeling this gift, getting him into veterinary volunteer programs, but his autism made it difficult to handle the formal requirements. Everything changed when our neighbor.
I beg your pardon? I beg your pardon? Ain't no way this girl had the audacity to say, oh, the autism made it difficult for him. Oh, autism. No. Those are the type of people who just like stub your shoes. Those are the type of people who just like. Those are the type of people who just like push a grandma into a crosswalk when the lights turn green. Okay, maybe I'm making this too seriously, but honestly, whoever says autism is a disability can just go to hell. I'm just gonna say it. Never treat people with autism like they have a disability or something. Autism lives matter. Okay, maybe I'm more overanalyzing.
Neighbor's daughter, Sophie, was diagnosed with terminal brain cancer. She was only 7, and the hospital became her second home. One day, while visiting her with my mom, James wandered off, something he often did when overwhelmed. We found him in the children's oncology ward, sitting quietly with a terrified little boy who was about to start chemo. The boy's mother was in tears, telling us they'd been trying for hours to get him into the treatment room. But there was James, speaking softly about his pet hamster. And before anyone realized it, the boy was walking with him straight into treatment. The nurses were amazed. They'd never seen anything like it. Word spread through the hospital, and soon the staff began asking if James could visit other difficult cases. He had this incredible ability to connect with scared kids that even trained professionals couldn't reach. At first, my parents were hesitant. James could get overwhelmed easily, and hospitals were full of triggers, bright lights, loud noises, strong smells. But James insisted. He said the kids were like his rescue animals. They just needed someone to understand their fear. The hospital created a special volunteer position just for him. They gave him a quiet room where he could decompress between visits, and a special badge that let him bring in small
What kind of quiet room, huh? What kind of quiet room? Are you? Because it kind of sounds like you're sending him into a mental asylum. I don't understand why you treat autistic people like everything is too hard for them. I mean, maybe it might be, but I know sometimes they don't. But sometimes you could just be judging people. Like people like you can judge them. It almost feels like you're indirectly. I say indirectly. The keyword is indirectly, by the way. It's like you're indirect. It's like a kind way to say you're stupid. You don't know if we're better than you. Stick to podcasts, buddy. Okay, I'll stop.
Pets from the local shelter. Those animals became his tools for reaching the most traumatized kids. There was Tommy, a 5-year-old burn victim who hadn't spoken since his accident. James brought in a 3-legged rescue puppy, and within an hour, Tommy was asking questions about the dog's missing leg. Or Lisa, a 12-year-old cancer patient who'd stopped eating. James introduced her to a cat that had survived the streets, and suddenly Lisa was sharing her jello with the cat and taking small bites herself. The most remarkable case was little Andy. He was 6 and needed a bone marrow transplant, but he would become hysterical whenever doctors approached. James spent 3 days just sitting with him, bringing different shelter animals and telling stories. By day 4, Andy was letting doctors draw blood while James taught him to gentle stroke a nervous rescue rabbit. What made it extraordinary wasn't just how James helped these kids, it was how it transformed him. My brother, who used to hide from strangers and have meltdowns in crowded places, was now confidently walking the hospital halls. He created his own communication system with the staff, using hand signals when words became too difficult. The hospital staff started documenting James's methods. Child psychologists observed his interactions, amazed at how he instinctively knew what each kid needed. He couldn't explain it. He just said he remembered how scary everything felt when he was younger, and he wanted to make it less scary for them. Last month, Sophie lost her battle with cancer. During her final days, James brought in a tiny kitten he'd been bottle feeding. Sophie was too weak to hold it, so James lay next to her bed for hours, holding the kitten where she could see it, telling her stories about all the animals he'd saved. What's the
I would say this is a W vid if I don't have to look at anything that's like, oh, so satisfying to keep the attention span lower than before, and it's voiced by AI. Honestly, I'm sorry, but when it comes to AI generated stories, I can't. No. No. This is a crime against autobiography. This is a crime against people who put in their time reading the books. This is a crime against people who are actually voicing audiobooks. Hang on, guys. I need a breather real quick. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. Now, let's see.
When did you have to save a loved one? When I picked up my daughter from daycare, she kept trying to wave at a grown man who pretended to not notice her. I asked if that was one of her teachers, and she laughed, calling me silly. That same day, every time I asked her who the man was, she would tell me that he and her were secret buddies. I confronted my wife, asking if she knew the man from daycare pickup, but she told me that she had no idea who I was talking about. That's when I got worried. The next day, I took my daughter to daycare myself and kept an eye out for the man but couldn't find him. I wasn't able to pick her up that day from school, so I told my wife that she needed to be there before their dismissal time and pick her up to make sure that guy wasn't around. I held on to my phone that entire time, waiting to call the police if need be. My wife called me after pickup and said everything was just fine and that I was being paranoid. I wasn't buying it. That night, when I tucked my daughter in bed, I asked her again about her best friend. I asked how they met and why it was a secret. She made sure that I wouldn't tell anyone first and had me pinky promise her. When I did, she said that he gives her candy when I'm not around. My heart sunk. I asked if she was giving candy to her at school. She said, "No, silly, candy's not allowed in school. He gave it to me here when he was helping out mommy." I triple asked her to make sure I was hearing this right, that this man was in our home. She said, "Yeah, he gives me candies and then I count to 5,000 while he helps mommy fix her squeaky bed." I kissed my daughter goodnight, thankful she was safe. I just hope she'll be ready to grow up without a mom. When did you have to save a loved one? When I picked up my daughter from
What's the biggest promise your parents broke? When I was 16, my parents went through this absolutely brutal divorce.
great.
Like the kind where they couldn't even be in the same room without it turning into WW3. My mom got primary custody, but I still saw my dad every other weekend. Quick background, my dad was always the fun parent who'd take me to concerts and taught me to play guitar and stuff, while my mom was more the make sure you do your homework type. I loved them both, but definitely had this special bond with my dad through music. So junior year was when things got weird. Dad started dating this woman named Rachel. At first everything seemed fine, but she was low-key uncomfortable whenever I was around. Like she'd make these comments about how hard it must be for my dad to balance everything, and would suggest they do their date nights on his weekends with me. I tried to be cool about it because I wanted him to be happy, but it felt off. Senior year rolls around and I'm stressed about college applications and trying to keep my grades up. Dad starts missing our weekends. First it was work stuff, then Rachel's family events, then just vague excuses. I was hurt, but trying not to show it because I didn't want to be that kid who couldn't handle her parents moving on, you know? The one thing I kept holding on to was graduation. My dad promised me, literally sat me down and swore, that no matter what was happening with him and Rachel or work or anything, he would be at my graduation. He said, "Nothing in the world could keep me from seeing you walk across that stage." And we even made plans for him to take me to dinner after. Graduation day comes. I'm nervous but excited. Mom's there with her new boyfriend, who's actually pretty cool TBH. My grandparents drove in from out of state. Even my aunt flew in from Colorado. Everyone's there except Dad. I keep checking my phone between pictures. Nothing. Call him. Straight to voicemail. Text. No response. I put on a brave face, but inside I'm dying. Everyone keeps asking where he is and I have no answer. The ceremony starts and I keep scanning the audience, thinking maybe he's just running late. Nothing. I walk across the stage and there's this hollow feeling in my chest where the pride should be. After everything, I check my phone one more time and there's finally a text. "So sorry, honey. Something came up with Rachel's son. We'll make it up to you soon. Love you." Her son Kyler had a freaking baseball game. A regular season middle school baseball game. I didn't respond. What could I even say? I was so hurt and angry I just couldn't. I went radio silent. Here's where it gets really messed up. Instead of my dad reaching out to apologize or explain further, he just disappeared. Completely. No calls, no texts, nothing. After a few weeks, I tried reaching out. Still nothing. My mom tried contacting him about some college financial aid paperwork. Ghosted her too. Went to college that fall feeling like I'd lost my dad completely. Would check his social media occasionally and see him posting about trips with Rachel and her kids, looking happy like I never existed. 3 years. That's how long it took him to contact me again. I was halfway through college when I got this random text apologizing and asking if we could meet up. Turns out Rachel had given him an ultimatum early on, basically her or me, and he chose her. Then they broke up and suddenly he remembered he had a daughter. I agreed to meet him once. He cried, said Rachel had been controlling and he'd been weak, asked for forgiveness. I just sat there feeling nothing. The dad who taught me guitar and promised to always be there was gone, replaced by this stranger who abandoned me the moment it became inconvenient. What's the biggest promise your parents—
Brain rot and...
Oh, great! More brain rots. Yeah. Isn't it fun? I'm having so much fun.
Other countries is just bizarre. So, if you're an English speaker, you've probably...
Bizarre is too good of a word. What? Hold up. How are you letting Let Him Cook and Batty? How are these two words brain rot? Like, that's disrespectful, man.
Probably heard these brain rot words before, and depending on what country you're from, you've definitely seen these brain rot memes before. But surprisingly, different countries have different brain rot. instance, the country of Indonesia recently started their own brain rot meme. It evolves around AI-generated characters and refers to that one friend who always needs a hotspot. And in Indonesia, these hotspot brain rot memes are extremely viral. Next, Italians even have their own brain rot right now that is spreading across the internet, where they combine animals with different objects and give them bizarre features, and they typically narrate over them talking about random facts describing this creature. Finally, one country that seems to not mess with brain rot is Russia, because apparently they were investigating Skibbity Toilet after your parents complained in 2024. Brain rot in
Who asked for this?
Marvel cereal box toys that were absolutely wild. So back in the day, every cereal box had a toy inside, but now that's slowly disappeared. But I wish it hadn't, because nearly a decade ago, Xbox teamed up with Kellogg's and they put various handheld console minigames inside cereal boxes, and each console had a different minigame. So cool. Next, in 1955, Quaker Oats gave away a deed to a 1 square inch piece of land in a gold rush region of Canada in their cereal boxes. So I guess if you ate enough—
Hold up.
boxes. So I guess in their cereal boxes. So in their cereal box, piece of land in a gold rush region of Canada in their cereal—
What was that cut right there? Yeah,
boxes. So I guess if you ate enough cereal, you would have a lot of land. Finally, people online claim that this is the most iconic cereal box toy, the light-up lightsaber spoon. It's so iconic that people are still using this spoon to eat their cereal till this day. Cereal box.
Oh, great! It's one of those quizzes.
You name these 12 famous websites just from their missing letters under time pressure. Each one is harder than the last one. Question 5 is where the real test begins. First one.
Google.
Google. Second one.
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. Third one.
YouTube.
YouTube. Like the video, if you answer first 3 correct.
Make me.
Fourth one.
Amazon.
Amazon. Fifth one.
Yeah.
Fourth one. Fourth one. YouTube. Like the video, if you answer first 3 correct.
How about you make me?
Fourth one.
Amazon. Reddit. Unfortunately, we all know this website.
Reddit. Sixth one.
Netflix. Is this supposed to be hard?
Netflix. Seventh one.
Spotify.
Spotify. Press the subscribe button for more daily quizzes.
How about you make me?
Eighth
It's not like you're gonna break into my house and just force me to subscribe to your mediocre channel. And if you do, I will beat you to a pulp. Starting with your gonads. Then I'll start with your kneecaps. And I'll start with
1.
LinkedIn.
LinkedIn.
Oh.
Ninth one.
I know what it is, but I'm not gonna say it. TikTok.
TikTok. 10th one.
Canva? Oh yeah, I have used Canva.
Canva. 11th one.
Yahoo. But for
Yahoo. Get ready for your last question. Save this quiz and don't forget to tell me your score in the comments. Last one.
Facebook. Of course it cuts. Of course it cuts. That's another one on my list.
Dude, why are deliveries on a ship called cargo, but in a car, it's called a shipment? Ryan, can I not just get 1 second to eat a frickin' sandwich? If one teacher can't teach all subjects, why is one child expected to study all subjects? Are oranges named oranges because oranges are orange? Or is orange named orange because oranges are orange? Did you seriously just say orange 8 times in one sentence and it actually makes sense? Bro, what happens to the car if you press the brake and the accelerator at the same time? Does it take a screenshot? Dude, the youngest picture of you is also the oldest picture of you. You know what would be perfect for you, Ryan? A Snickers. Because, well, you know why. If we have watermelon, shouldn't we also have fire melon, earth melon, and air melon? The Ella melons. Really? He's the favorite? Dude.
Am I supposed to know what it is?
If you ever get lost in the woods,
3 things in Japan that prove their
Happy Meal toys that were truly bizarre. So back in 2015, McDonald's...
Why not just name it Bizarre Happy Meal Toys instead of the worst and best Happy Meal Toys? Like, is it that hard, you incompetent nitwit?
released Minion toys that could talk. Well, parents claimed these toys were rated R because it sounded like the Minions were saying WTF. Well, they later claimed the toys just speaking Minionese, and I guess it was just a coincidence. Next, in 2016, McDonald's released the Step It Activity wristband in their Happy Meals that was literally just a fitness tracker. Well, shortly after the Step It was released, it was then recalled because the Step It wristband caused skin irritation and burns. Around 70 incidents of this happening was reported. Finally, while that might be bad, we gotta give credit where credit is due, because in 2004, McDonald's released literal handheld gaming consoles with their Happy Meals. The nostalgia this brought...
Oh yeah, I remember that. I take the Happy Meal card and McDonald's, the Sonic skateboard and the Sonic battle basketball.
Back is crazy. Happy Meal.
Once again, this is a L short. Where this guy just stands around, tries to make it expressive, but I just can't get into it.
My cousin thought he owned the family legacy, so I destroyed his moment in front of everyone. In my family, there's one name that matters more than anything: the business. My grandpa started it from nothing, just a wrench, a truck, and a ridiculous work ethic. Now it's this big local empire, auto shops, property, even a commercial fleet. But since I was a kid, everyone said my cousin Nathan would take it over. He was the heir, the one with the polished handshake, the church smile, the button-down shirts with his initials on the cuff. And me, I was hands-on, the grease-stained, stay-out-of-the-photos cousin. Didn't matter that I worked every summer there, learned the books, showed up before the sun. If Nathan showed up once a month in a collared shirt, they acted like he was royalty. But I stayed quiet. I told myself, just work hard, it'll pay off. Then last year, Grandpa passed, and suddenly, everyone's talking succession. Nathan starts calling himself next-gen CEO before there's even a will reading, starts inviting investors over to Grandpa's house, posts a photo of Grandpa's office with the caption, "Big shoes to fill. Legacy continues." I snapped. I knew Grandpa better than anyone. I knew what he really thought about Nathan, the flashy spending, the fake smile, the way he dodged real work. So I went digging. One night, I stayed late in the office, dug through Grandpa's old file cabinet, found something interesting, a USB drive. On it, a video. Grandpa, sitting at his desk, filmed a month before he died. He starts talking, really talking, not about Nathan, about me. He says, "People assume I'll leave the business to the one with the nicest shirt, but legacy isn't branding, it's sweat. And there's only one person in this family who's earned it, my name." I was frozen. I could have used it right then, sent it to the family chat, made a big scene, but no, I waited. 1 month later, the whole family gathered for Grandpa's memorial dinner. Nathan stood up, raised a glass, started giving this dramatic speech about honor and continuing tradition. Then he pulled out a plaque, said he was officially renaming the business after Grandpa and himself. Mason and Nathan Family Auto. I stood up. I think Grandpa would have hated that name. He rolled his eyes. You wouldn't know what Grandpa wanted. I pulled out the flash drive, walked over to the TV, plugged it in. Let's let him speak for himself. And there it was, Grandpa, looking right into the camera, saying exactly what he thought, exactly
exactly who he trusted, exactly what this legacy meant to him. The room went dead silent. Even my aunt, Nathan's mom, put her fork down and said, "Play it again." Nathan turned red, then pale, then left. Did I go too far? Maybe. Was it worth it? Every single second. The next morning, I opened the shop early, hung up a new sign, just 2 words, earned, not given. My cousin thought he owned the family legacy.
Can you name these 12 money and finance terms just from their missing letters under time pressure? Each one is harder than the last one. Question 5 is where the real test begins. First one.
All right. But are you actually for real though?
1.
Linus?
Loans. Second one.
Taxes.
Taxes. Third one.
Money. Although I
Money.
said Manny.
Like the video, if you answer first 3 correct.
How about you go eat up?
Fourth one.
Salary.
Salary. Fifth one.
Budget.
Budget. Sixth one.
Payment.
Payment. Seventh one. Invoice. Press the subscribe.
What the hell is an invoice? Oh my gosh. An invoice, bill, tab, or bill of costs is a commercial document that includes an itemized list of goods, services furnished by seller to buyer relating to a sale transaction. What the hell is a commercial document? Commercial document is a document used in commercial transactions, particularly in international trade, to record and facilities in exchange of goods and services. The hell's an international trade? International trades is the exchange of capitals, goods, and services across international borders of territories. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense.
Subscribe button for more daily quizzes. Eighth one.
Saving.
Saving. Ninth one.
Smells like banker.
Banker. 10th one.
Pansy.
Expense.
Oh.
11th one.
Income.
Income. Get ready for your last question. Save this quiz and don't forget to tell me your score in the comments. Last one.
Account.
Can you name?
I think I got 9 of them correct. Pretty good.
Did you know that if you take a Mr. Beast thumbnail and you expand the image, then find Jimmy and just erase him, and erase this spear too. Don't forget about the mouth of this good kitty. Then find this commenter so you can enhance their profile picture. Then place this crying kitty right about there. Brighten up its colors a bit so it matches the scenery. Now go to this other Mr. Beast thumbnail, take him with us.
Video.
Bro, if you pour ice water on a hot dog, does it become a chili dog?
Of course.
Oh no, don't tell me he's at it again.
Dude, you technically have 2 minutes to live, but every time you breathe, it restarts the timer.
You realize we were forced to leave because of you.
The word none is just the letter N doing a cartwheel.
That's absolutely fantastic. Now my friends know my family's crazy.
Sir, this is a Wendy's. Are you gonna order something or not?
Dude, taxes are just a yearly subscription to the country that you live in. Childhood is the free trial.
I don't think I can never go back there again now that they know about you.
If your parents always told you not to take candy from strangers, then what is Halloween?
Hey Dad, what's the number to that therapist again?
Bro, your eraser slowly dies because of your mistakes.
Well, guess I gotta find new friends. Do you know anybody?
W.
Sorry. Bro, the number of people older than you
Shut
will
up.
never increase. Bro.
Dad! What's up, buddy?
There's a demon under my bed.
I mean, there is a demon already in the
No,
bed.
there's not. Would it make you feel better if I checked?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
All right.
Oh, hey, Frank.
Brian?
What's up, dude?
Yo, I haven't seen you since I was like 10, dude. You still working for the big man downstairs, I see.
You know me, man.
Listen, you mind laying off my son up there? He's a little bit of a puss.
Oh, that's kind of cute. I like that. You call him your son. Yeah, he's the mailman's kid. You didn't know that?
What do you mean?
Yeah, dude, I was actually there. I was waiting for your daughter to come to sleep so I could scare her. But instead, I got Mrs. Mones-a-lot and Mailman Steve making a paperboy right above me.
All right, man.
All right, man. Yep. Nothing there. You're good. Are you sure?
Hey, Billy, you want to play Naked Twister?
Whoa, he's just a kid! He's just a kid! Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a daily life Cosmodor.
My brother copied everything I did for years, until I fed him a lie that changed his life. I've had a copycat since the day I was born. My younger brother, Chase. And I don't mean that in the cute, he looks up to you kind of way. I mean it like, if I breathed, he tried to breathe harder. If I said I liked blue, his whole wardrobe turned blue. If I started skateboarding, he showed up 2 days later with a better board, newer shoes, and a GoPro strapped to his chest, like he was about to film Tony Hawk Pro Skater 8. It started small, funny even. Like when I got my first CD player. Chase begged my mom for the same one for his birthday, down to the same color and headphones. I didn't care. I thought it was just brother stuff. But by the time we hit high school, it got weird. I joined the soccer team. Chase tried out, made the team, then told people I only made it because he vouched for me. Cool. I dyed my hair once, just to try something new. Chase bleached his 2 days later, then told people he'd done it first and I was copying him. One time, I told my friends I wanted to start a YouTube channel. Chase beat me to it. Same niche, same style. He even named it something like Mine, but better. I wish I was kidding, but I still tried to be chill. He was my brother. Whatever. Let him do his thing. But then came the turning point. I started dating this girl named Natalie. Sweet, smart, into photography. Totally my type. Chase started bumping into us wherever we went. One time we were on a picnic, middle of the park. No one around. Suddenly, here comes Chase, jogging up like, oh, didn't know you'd be here, in jeans. Then he started talking to Natalie's best friend, Tara. Started copying our inside jokes, mimicking our date ideas, using my Spotify playlists on his dates. The worst part? He told Natalie, my girlfriend, that he worried I wasn't serious about her, that I jumped from thing to thing. He wanted her to be careful. That was it. I snapped, not publicly, not loud, but I made a plan. If Chase wanted to copy me, I'd give him something to copy, something too big to handle. So at our family's Thanksgiving dinner, I made an announcement. Big, dramatic. I've decided to become a father, I said. Dead silence. I explained how Natalie and I had been thinking about it for a while, how it was early, but we were ready. I even passed around a fake ultrasound I'd printed offline and edited with Photoshop. My mom started crying. My dad gave me a back pat like I just won the Super Bowl. Chase, frozen, utensil halfway to his mouth. The look on his face, worth everything. 2 days later, I saw his Instagram post. Black and white photo. Him, shirtless, hand on his girlfriend Tara's stomach. Caption, starting a new chapter. The comments, unbearable. OMG, congrats. You guys will be amazing parents. We knew it. Tara reposted it saying they just found out last week. The thing is, they'd only been dating 4 months. Then, a week later, I get a call. It's Chase. He's whispering, like he doesn't want Tara to hear. Dude, she's actually pregnant. I stay quiet. He keeps talking. I thought you were serious, man. I didn't think she'd go off birth control. I just didn't want to fall behind you again. Behind me. That's how he saw it. Not a relationship, not a family, a scoreboard. And then I dropped it. There is no baby, Chase. I made it up. The ultrasound's from Google. I photoshopped my name on it. Silence. Wait, what? I repeated it. Me and Natalie? We're not having a baby. We're not even thinking about it. You copied a lie. He didn't say anything. Just hung up. For a week, I didn't hear from him. Then I saw another post. Just a picture of a crib he'd built. Caption said, even if I wasn't ready, I will be now. I thought maybe that would be it. That he'd finally stop chasing me. But I was wrong. 3 months later, he hosted a gender reveal livestream. Blue confetti. 2,000 views. Meanwhile, I was sitting at home eating cereal, watching it on my phone. The irony? He finally had something I didn't want to copy. Responsibility. He unfollowed me on everything. Stopped coming to family dinners. Told people I played mind games with him. Maybe I did, but I wasn't sorry. Because sometimes when someone won't stop stealing your life, you have to give them something they can't return. Now, he's a dad, and I'm finally alone in my own life. Peace and quiet never looked so good. My brother copied—
Skincare can start.
Okay, class, we're gonna get started on the material. Before we begin, does anyone have any questions?
Teacher?
Yes, Doug?
What are we gonna learn about today?
Well, just sit tight and I'll explain in a minute, okay?
Hey, teacher?
Yes, Doug?
Will there be a test on this?
I haven't even you know what? Yes, there's gonna be a test on this, okay?
Hey, teacher?
Okay, listen, Doug, if you have any other questions, can it just wait until the end of class, please?
It's one question. It's just one question, I promise.
Okay, go.
How far away are the stars? What's the speed of light? If a tree falls in the woods and no one is there to hear, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck? Peter Piper picked a peck. What's the meaning of life?
Doug, I spent 30 minutes listening to your questions. For the love of God, please shut up.
But I thought school was a place to learn.
You know, yes it is, okay? And you learn by us teaching you. And I can't do that if you keep asking a bunch of stupid questions over and over and over again. So please, if you're gonna ask a question, Doug, make sure it's important, okay?
What class is this?
Okay, class, we're gonna—
W teacher, by the way. W teacher. He didn't get paid enough for this. Honestly, if I was the teacher, I would have just like... My hand kind of hurt.
All right, look.
Oh, great. Wait, what the hell? What the hell is this?
Are you excited to get your makeup done? Yes, I am so excited. I have waited all week for this. All right, then let's make it happen. Mom, are we gonna be sticking around? Yes, I sure am, and I'll be keeping a close eye on everything you do. Okay, I'm gonna get started on skin prep. What are you doing? I'm using a primer to get her face ready for the makeup I'm gonna put on her. You better know what you're doing. I'm a certified makeup artist. I know exactly what I'm doing. All right, let's get started with some foundation. Excuse me, you're using a brush? What the hell kind of method is that? Why aren't you using a beauty blender? We only use brushes here. Beauty blenders are not sanitary to use on more than one person. You know, I don't think I trust anything you're doing. Mom, will you chill? I think she knows what she's doing. You know who knows how to do your makeup? Your mother. Come over here, I'll do it myself. Really? I know what's best for you. So in order for me to continue the service, I'm gonna have to ask you to step aside. Oh, relax, I'll give you your money. Just let me do it myself. No, Mom, just stop. Let her do what she needs to do.
10 more minutes.
Oh, great.
Skincare can start in the laundry room. That's why I always recommend
10 more minutes, then bed.
Okay, Franklin, can't the Matador and the Bull just be friends? Now is that so hard?
Yes! How are you doing that?
It's simple, like this. Try it. We all have our gifts. This one isn't yours, buddy. You know, just because we're getting older doesn't mean we can't hold on to our innocence a little bit longer.
Yeah, I'm not ready to give up the kids' menu. Any requests? Do a chick hatching from an egg.
No more softballs. Bring it on.
Godzilla knitting a sweater.
Amazing! Come on, people. Give me a challenge.
Do my Aunt Edna.
Trip, he doesn't know your Aunt Edna.
Unbelievable. You got her mole and everything.
Trip, you're so handsome.
This is too much. I gotta go.
10.
Skincare can...
Bro, if a fly loses its wings, is it now called a walk?
Doc, you gotta help me. He's got my entire family going crazy.
Will Lightning McQueen get car insurance or life insurance?
Yeah, I'd like to put my brother in for mental rehab.
Dude, if you sweat in a sweater, does that make you the sweater?
Oh, how long?
What
do the bylaws say? Do you have to give him back?
What if every country has ninjas, but we only know about Japan's ninjas because they're so bad at being ninjas?
Yeah, he's calling himself woke. Pretty sure you guys have a room for people like that, right?
How come your lips don't touch when you say touch, but they do when you say separate?
All right, Doc. See you soon. Ryan, doctor will be coming by tomorrow because you know how you've been saying you've been having a sore throat. Just to check up on you, nothing serious. And you might be gone for a while, so I'll just pack a bag for you.
Bro, if a fly loses its wings, is it now called a walk?
Doc, you gotta help me. He's got my entire family going crazy.
Would Lightning McQueen get car insurance?
What happens when you make him explain the joke?
Oh,
I used to be a
great.
call girl from 18 to 23. Not proud, but not ashamed either. I did what I had to do to survive, to keep studying, and to keep a roof over my head. That chapter is closed, and honestly, I've made peace with it. That's also how I met my fiance, not as a client, to be clear. We started dating when I was 25, and a few months in, his brother-in-law decided to expose me because there was no way my fiance could possibly know about my past. Well, he did. He always did. We had already talked about it, and it didn't change how he saw me. So yes, we ended up having to sit down with his family and come clean. Yes, I did that. Yes, he knows. Yes, he doesn't care. That was 2 years ago, and we moved on. After that, for a few weird months, his mom, aunts, and some cousins started acting like I was some kind of threat around their husbands. Like these men were in their 40s, 50s, and 60s. Sorry, but I wasn't desperate for that. My fiance shut that nonsense down quickly. Since then, some family still gives me the occasional side eye, but we thought things had settled. He proposed last year, and 5 months ago, we found out I was pregnant. We were over the moon. His younger siblings were thrilled, but his mom pulled me aside and asked if the baby was really his. I was floored. I just rolled my eyes and told her yes. She gave me some sanctimonious speech about wanting to be sure, but said she was happy to be a grandmother. Then last weekend, we were at his parents' house with some family and a few of his dad's friends. We were talking about the baby, names, what he might look like, all that good stuff. Then his dad made a comment about how all the men in their family have a birthmark on their inner thigh, and that even one of his grandkids has it. Cool little detail, right? But then he said, but how can we know who he got it from? Might be from me, my son, or even my brothers, and started laughing along with his brothers. Before my fiance could say a word, I cut in with, I don't get it. He tried to brush it off. You know, because it runs in the family. I stared him down. No, explain it. Why would he get it from you? Or your brothers? He started getting nervous. muttering, "It's just a joke, you know, OP." But I don't know. Explain it, I pressed again. Everyone laughed. So explain the joke. It got awkward, fast. A couple of his friends even said, "Yeah, that's not funny." My father-in-law ended up excusing himself and walking out. Later, my fiance's brother-in-law came up to me and said I was wrong for embarrassing his father like that in his own house. He said I knew what the joke was about, and given my past, I shouldn't be surprised by it. And now, they want me to apologize. No, I'm not going to apologize because I refuse to let a man joke about my baby possibly having been conceived with someone else in the family. That's disgusting. If you make a gross joke at someone's expense, especially one rooted in shaming or implying incest, you don't get to cry when it backfires. I didn't start this. I didn't bring up my past. I didn't make it a punchline. They did. And when it stopped being funny because I made them explain it, that's on them, not me. Now the rest of the family is keeping their distance. And frankly, I'm fine with that. What happens when you make him explain the—
Oh man, I need $50. Mom! $50? Do I look like I'm made of money? Isn't that what mom stands for? Oh, never mind. Oh, Dad! Can I please have some money?
DAD, don't ask that.
Oh, this. Got any change to spare? I don't have much, you know. It's alright. Any little bit.
Have you ever heard of a piggy bank, sis?
That's all I've got. Oh, you got... sweetie, I heard you needed money.
Have a lifesaver!
Oh, thanks, Grandma. You're a lifesaver. Mom, that's mine. MOS, manager of money.
Bruh.
Sorry, I know it's like I know sometimes it can be a little cringe, but this is so stupid. I love it. This is so silly. I love it.
Have you ever had the wrong idea about someone? Everyone at Westlake High warned me about Ms. Keller, the calculus teacher from hell. She'll destroy your GPA, they said. She made Jared cry last semester. The stories were legendary. How she'd call students to the board just to humiliate them. How she never curved tests, even when the entire class failed. How she'd been divorced 3 times because no one could stand living with her. I needed that calculus credit to graduate, so I was stuck with her class. First day, she lived up to her reputation. Cold, demanding, with eyes that seemed to find every weakness. When I got my first quiz back with a brutal 62% and "see me" written in red, I nearly dropped the class. After school, my classroom, was all she said when I asked what the note meant. I spent the whole day dreading that meeting. When I finally dragged myself to her room at 3:15, the door was closed. I heard voices inside, Ms. Keller and someone else. I hesitated, then knocked. "Come in," she called. I opened the door to find Ms. Keller sitting with a small boy, maybe 7 years old. He had the same sharp eyes as her, but his were red from crying. "This is my son, Elijah," she said without looking up. "Elijah, this is one of my students. I need 5 more minutes with him, then we'll talk about your quiz."
Maybe I'll give you 1 minute to give you this $1 million. And if you survive me trying to chase you for 1 minute, you win $1 million. Better start running now. Unless you don't want $1 million.
I nodded awkwardly and sat at a desk near the door, pretending to check my phone while they worked. The boy was struggling with basic multiplication. What struck me wasn't Ms. Keller's strictness, but her patience. She explained the same concept 4 different ways until something clicked for him. "That's it," she said, when he finally got it right. "See, I told you you could do it." The smile that broke across her face transformed her completely. After Elijah packed up his things, Ms. Keller walked him to the door where a woman, presumably a babysitter, was waiting. She kissed his forehead before sending him off. When she turned back to me, the smile was gone, replaced by her usual stern expression. But something had shifted. I couldn't unsee that other version of her. "Your quiz," she said, pulling out my paper. "The concepts are clearly not clicking. What's your plan?" I don't know, I admitted. Math has always been hard for me. She studied me for a moment. "Do you want to pass this class? Or do you want to understand calculus?" "Both, I guess." "Then you'll need to work harder than you ever have." She pulled out a calendar. "I'm here every morning at 6:30 and Tuesdays and Thursdays until 4:30. Pick your times." For the next 3 months, I showed up twice a week for extra help. It was brutal. She never lowered her standards, never accepted excuses. But slowly, I started to understand. One evening as we wrapped up, I noticed a photo on her desk I hadn't seen before. Ms. Keller in a cap and gown, arm around a frail-looking woman in a hospital bed who was also wearing a graduation cap. She caught me looking. My mother, she was diagnosed with cancer my senior year of high school. I taught myself calculus sitting beside her hospital bed because my teacher said I wasn't college material. She turned the photo away. She lived long enough to see me graduate high school, not college, not my PhD. "Is that why you're so tough on us?" I asked before I could stop myself. "I'm tough because calculus is tough. Life is tough." She paused. "And because I've seen too many bright students written off by teachers who couldn't be bothered." On the last day of class, she handed back our final exams. Mine had a 94% at the top, but what caught my eye was the note. "Columbia University's engineering program would be lucky to have you." I looked up in shock. "How did you know I applied there?" "I wrote your recommendation letter. They called yesterday." After everyone left, I stayed behind.
behind. Why me? You could have picked any student. Because you showed up, she said simply. When it got hard, you showed up anyway. At graduation, I spotted Ms. Keller in the back row. When they called my name and announced my full scholarship to Columbia, I looked for her reaction. For just a moment, I saw that same smile she'd given Elijah months before.
I've been doing this for several. I don't know why, but it's been 2 hours, 27 minutes, and 30 seconds. And I cannot even comprehend how utterly idiotic this is. I mean, why would I be dumb enough to ever make an AI story where there's like literally nothing but captions and there's like a mediocre mobile gameplay in the background? What? Don't act like you did it. Don't act like you didn't do it, okay?
Characters that no longer exist. Part 3. Firstly, when the Garfield comic strips first came out in the late 1970s, there were 4 main characters. It was Garfield, John, Odie, and Odie's owner named Lyman. And most of you all have never seen Lyman before. However, Lyman played a big role because he was John's roommate before he randomly disappeared in 1983. Well, in the 20th anniversary book of Garfield, the creator gave 10 explanations of where Lyman could be, and they all are pretty normal until you look at the last one, and it says, "Don't look in John's basement." Following this, in 2002, the Garfield Scavenger Hunt game was released, in which you can walk around, and in the basement is Lyman begging Garfield to give him some muffins. After this, a sequel to the game was released, and Lyman was dead in the game. John, all I'm gonna say is we have some questions for you. Characters...
Wait a minute. That's just one character! Not characters! Absolute idiots.
Okay, class, welcome back to school. Before I begin, I'm actually curious. What did everyone get for Christmas? Oh, I just got some.
Oh my god, I got all the new designer clothes.
gosh,
I didn't even get to speak. I got a bunch of brands like Gucci, Dior, Prada, Balenciaga, Da Vinci.
Oh, wow. Is that all?
Simon, I'm surprised I didn't see you at the Gucci store.
Of course not. No one did. We spend our money on normal clothes.
That sounds like poor people talk. What did she just call me? Simon, you're just mad because I can actually afford designer clothes.
Then why are you wearing clothes from Old Navy?
Oh my god, I just called her out like
Who
that.
do you think you... No, because how are you going to brag about that and then wear Skechers to school?
Whoa! This ain't the third grade.
You are a
Oh
fraud.
my
Simon,
goodness.
stop making fun of Jalissa's fit before I send you to the principal. You did the same thing to me. Why do I have to... Simon, I'm just at a loss for what did you do this time? Jalissa was making fun of me because I don't wear designer clothes. Oh, I heard about that. You know all the clothes she got were knockoffs, right? Wait, what? Yeah, she spent like 10 grand on a fake handbag. You're fine. Okay, class, welcome back to school. Before I begin, I'm actually curious. What did everyone...
How much are you selling this Rolex for?
The price is on the listing.
Would you take like 50 for it?
$50K.
Nuh-uh, $50.
You know what? It's your lucky day. I'll send it to you for $50.
Yes, here's my address. Ohio.
Send the money first.
Sent.
I just shipped it out. Let me know when it comes.
What the hell is this? I want a refund now.
I don't see any problems. That's what you ordered, LOL.
No, it's not. Give me my money back right now, or I'm calling the cops.
Call the cops. They will not take you seriously.
Give me my money, or send me the actual Rolex, or I'm calling the cops.
Okay, fine. I'll send you the Rolex. I sent it.
Are you serious right now?
Lol.
I'm calling the cops.
No, you won't. Why are the cops outside my house?
Because you're a scammer. I want my money back.
Ha ha ha!
Why are you laughing?
Me and the cops are dying laughing at you.
Imagine being a scammer and sending me 2 toy watches instead of what I paid for.
Imagine being such a dumbass you think you can get an expensive Rolex for $50.
I really needed this Rolex. I have no more money left. I was trying to buy it for my dying husband. This was his dream Rolex. He's very close to death, and this was his life dream. Hello? Are you here?
Womp womp, don't care.
What the f is wrong with you? How much are you selling this Rolex for?
The price is on the listing.
Would you take like 50 for it?
$50K.
Nuh-uh, $50.
You know what? It's your lucky day. I'll send it to you for $50.
Yes, here's my address. Ohio.
Send the money first.
Sent.
I just shipped it out. Let me know when it comes.
What the hell is this? I want a refund now.
I don't see any...
Dude, spiders are the only web developers in the world that enjoy finding bugs. We think people with eyeglasses look smart, when in reality they fail the test to get them. Bro, claustrophobic people are perfectly fine with their brains being trapped inside their skull. Dude, 2 pregnant women boxing is like 2 babies having a mech fight. Humans are afraid of being bitten by spiders, even though we have more teeth. And spiders are afraid of being stepped on by humans, even though they have more legs. The movie Cars has sidewalks in it. Why? Platypuses produce both eggs and milk. That makes them a portable source of omelets.
Mom said I need to be nicer to you, so that's why I haven't said anything.
Dude, spider.
Studying is so hard.
Oh,
Go to sleep. Adulting must be nice. You can sleep whenever you want. See? Adults don't need to study. They can do all the fun things.
Oh my god. Oh, no way.
Even Grandma is enjoying herself. This is so unfair. I want to watch all the TV I want to. I can't wait to grow up and become an adult.
Time for work.
This should be enough for the whole family. My back.
I hope my job won't be affected by this.
Hold up. Freeze frame. It's the same person. It's the same Wait.
Is she wearing a wig?
Not today.
How nice to just be a student again.
Studying is so.
Women of Reddit, what do you think would be the worst thing about being a man? People expecting that I could fight, not having your emotions taken seriously, then lashing out because of it and then seen as violent because you just want to be understood. I had that with abusive parents, but normally people don't treat me that way because I'm a woman. I can't imagine what an entire life of not having your feelings acknowledged in a healthy way feels like. Suck it up and be a man. Probably the stigma. I've seen a single father get shouted at for being with his kid when at a park for trying to kidnap children. The dude wanted to make his son happy, not molest him for F's sake. Being considered a possible threat by strangers. Probably. Like, I get it. You never.
Parents who gave wild punishments to their kids. Part 3. So back in 2015, when a father in the...
Not sure why you had to over-exaggerate everything. Why not just, like, cruel punishments? But, you know, if he were to, like, talk like a normal person, then he wouldn't get many views. Oh, wait, same Buja.
USA was upset about his son's grades at school, he decided he had to punish his son, because for weeks he told him that they had to improve. Well, the punishment he gave his son was his son had to get his Xbox console and a sledgehammer and made his son smash his own beloved Xbox, which is exactly what the boy did. Many people believe he just went way too far with this punishment, but many people also believe that it was needed. Next, in 2015, when a teenager kept refusing to mow the lawn of his father's and kept saying disrespectful things to him, the father said if he didn't stop, he would receive a punishment. Well, the teenager didn't stop, so the father made the teenager literally cut their lawn with scissors. After this, the story then went viral. Parents who gave wild punishments to their kids. Part 3. So back in 2015, when a father in the USA
Why
was...
not just name it that? Why not just name it whatever you're saying instead of this? Like, look, hire me at this point. Hire me as your editor, or at least hire me as your titler. I don't know how that works, but whatever.
He made a promise, and I made him regret breaking it. When I was 10, my dad promised we'd build a tree house together. He even picked the biggest tree in our backyard and told me, "This summer, buddy, it's happening." I believed him. Every weekend, I checked the tree, imagining where the windows would go, how we'd hang up a rope ladder. I even drew blueprints. Summer came. Then it passed. Every time I asked, he'd say, Next weekend, I swear. But next weekend never came. Work, football games, poker nights. Something was always more important. One day, I came home to find my dad and his friends building a huge deck on our house. He had the time. Just not for me. I didn't say a word. I just watched. The day they finished, I grabbed my blueprints, a hammer, and every scrap of wood I could find. I built my own treehouse badly. It was crooked, tiny, and the nails stuck out everywhere. But it was mine. That evening, my dad stood under the tree, staring up at it. "Why didn't you ask for help?" he asked. I looked him straight in the eye and said, "You just tell me next weekend." He never promised me anything after that. Years later, I built real houses, big ones. And every time I hand a family their keys, I remember that little tree house, because I learned something important that summer. Some people break promises, and some people build anyway. He made a promise, and I made him regret breaking it. When I was 10, my dad promised we'd build.
You're lucky you're so cute. Otherwise, I'd have sold you to the freak show by now.
What's a freak show?
It's like our family, but people pay to see it. So what are you going to call him, sweetie?
Oh.
Darwin. What? But that spells to Puxford.
It's time to wake up.
Bro. I'm sorry, but I just can't handle the.
Go play with Darwin.
I can't. He won't wake up. He looks like this.
So, where do we start?
How about that box?
Dude, you're an ugly baby.
I don't know what you're laughing at.
Never get into
Shout out to Gumball.
an Uber if the driver seems weird, because I got into an Uber the other day and the driver was a little creepy from the start, but I was like, whatever, no big deal. But then he took a wrong turn and I was like, excuse me, sir, I think you missed the turn. And he said, don't worry, I know a shortcut. But he kept going in the wrong direction. So I was like, oh, I know what's going on here. I'm getting kidnapped. At least that's what I thought was happening. So he continued driving and I kept trying to make excuses for him to let me out of the car. Like there was McDonald's on the side and I was like, sir, you could just drop me off here. I'm feeling pretty hungry. And he says, oh, I can't do that. I got to take you to the destination in the app or else I'll get in trouble. I mean, you've taken like 10 wrong turns already, but yeah, stopping at McDonald's is what's going to get you in trouble. So anyways, 2 minutes later, he pulls into an elementary school parking lot and I'm thinking, there's no way this man's allowed within 500 feet of this place. So he went in anyway. And you know what he did? He picked up a kid from school. He went 25 minutes out of the way to pick his kid up from school. And honestly, I respect that. But why are you driving me too? But that's not even the funniest part. After the kid gets in the car, he looks me up and down like this and goes, what's up, Holmes? First of all, you are 7. Why do you talk like that? And second of all, never get into an Uber if...
Why do you talk like that?
The newborn. Babe, I can't find my Jordan 1s.
Oh, that's because I sold it to a random guy on Facebook.
What? What do you mean you sold it?
I've never seen you wear them anyways.
Do you realize how much those are worth?
I don't know, like 30?
Babe, they are Air Jordan 1 Retro High Dior. And the reason I never wore them is because they're worth over $10,000.
Babe, stop crying, just buy another of those shoes. It's not a big deal.
Not a big deal? Those shoes were my life savings. Now all my money is gone.
Stop crying, just save up for it again.
I've worked 8 hours a day for 3 years straight to save up enough for it.
That sounds like a you problem. Just get back to work and you will be able to afford a new one. I wish you the best luck.
Bet.
What do you mean bet, so you're going back to work?
Nah.
Babe, you're scaring me.
Bet.
Where's my parents' ashes?
Somewhere in there.
You dumped my parents' ashes?
It doesn't end there. Is this your car?
My car! How could you?
How could I? Do you still don't realize what you did wrong? Say hi to your dog.
Marley, give me my dog back. Please, I'm begging you. Marley is my everything.
Wump wump. Babe, I can't find my Jordan 1.
Dude, if I weigh 99 pounds and eat a pound of nachos, am I 1% nacho? What?
No, you're fat.
If you drop soap on the floor, is the floor clean or is the soap dirty? Dude, what are you talking about? Bruh, which orange came first? The color or the fruit? Huh? Oh, wait, you got a point there. If two vegans are arguing, Is it still considered beef?
Was there something in that apple juice you drank?
If you were born deaf, what language were you thinking? If you get out of the shower clean, how does your towel get dirty?
Mm-hmm.
If Apple made a car, would it still have windows?
All right, I'm going to bed before I get a contact high from listening to you.
Dude.
The best April Fool's pranks of 2025.
What is it?
Firstly, the drink company Arizona came on there.
Yes. Yes, my April Fool's video released on April 1st, 2025. Nah, I'm just playing with you. I'm not that narcissistic. I'm not Sadie gay.
Internet and announced their new drink flavor.
All right, what is
the Arizona Raspberry.
What kind of April Fool's prank is this? This is not a joke. This is not a prank. This is just lame. This is just corny. And also, why does he look like a Bitmoji character? And the only thing he's rising up is the insulin needles he's probably going to need because of his diabetic junkie. The only thing he's rising up is the amount of diabetes he has and the insulin needles he needs.
And even had the Rizzler's face on the can. And this joke was so good, several news sites even posted it.
I think the opposite. Honestly.
Thinking it was real. However, they later came out and said it was just April Fool's. But I got to point something out. They did say this isn't a goodbye, just a see you later. So maybe eventually one day we might get this flavor.
Who would buy this flavor?
Next, Sour Patch Kids fooled the entire internet when they uploaded saying they are making a rebrand to Just Patch Kids, taking effect immediately, saying we've had enough of the sour, even though many people were fooled it's just an April Fool's prank. And finally, the company Yahoo said they were coming out with a brand new agricultural interface, where users on the PC can finally touch grass while just sitting down. Out of all these April Fool's pranks, which one was your favorite?
Honestly, I would think the Just Patch Kids and the grass keyboard. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss.
Okay, class. Class, we're going to start off with the word problem. So, Johnny leaves to catch a flight at 6 a.m. to Canada. Just like how my ex-husband took a plane to leave me. Whoa! Whoa!
Yo,
if the flight to Canada is...
Wait a minute, are we just gonna ignore that?
Oh, like how my ex-husband ignored me before he left me for his coworker Janice? Chill. Is everything okay, teacher? Oh, it's nothing. Just some difficulties with my marriage is all.
Oh, is that it?
No, actually. He's also taking the kids with him. To Janice!
Okay, teacher, I'm sorry to hear that, but I don't think this is appropriate for a classroom.
Simon, this is my classroom and I'm going to get as personal as I want. But that's not appropriate for students. We're here to learn, not be your therapist. You know, you sound just like my ex-husband. If that's your reaction, it's no wonder why he left you. Go to the principal now! I'm not gonna go to the...
Simon, I can't with you. What do you want? This teacher keeps telling us about her personal life instead of,
teaching.
Is this the one with the ex-husband? Yeah. Dude, she was crying on my desk for like 2 hours. She's crazy.
I know, right? Okay, class, we're gonna start off with the word problem. So...
Honestly, I can kind of relate to her. Like, you know, I can get to the struggles she's been through.
Hey guys, look, it's Greg! Kyle, stop, not again. Hey, Simon, look, Kyle's about to bully Greg again. Oh man, not again. I'm starting to feel bad for that kid. He never fights back. Where are you going off to with all those books, nerd? To class, Kyle. Oh yeah, that's where all you nerds go, huh? Ooh. Kyle, stop. Stop what? Making fun of you for being a nerd? Ooh. Just relax, Greg. Breathe. What was that, Einstein? I'd rather be Einstein than be a dunderhead. Whoa! Excuse me? No, excuse me. It's not my fault that your brain weighs less than the atomic mass for hydrogen. Bro,
Man, that's lame. Why not just say something like, it's not my fault that my brain is bigger than your... My brain is smaller than your belly, but bigger than your pee-pee. Okay. I know. Okay.
Whoa, man. Joel, Greg, you're destroying him right now. Oh, Simon, matter can't be created nor destroyed. You can tell because Kyle's brain never existed in the first place. Bro, do my eyes.
Hey.
Simon, why is Kyle crying on the floor again? I didn't do that. It was Greg this time. Framing your friends now, huh? Get it to my office. What? Hey, guys.
Well, dang.
What's an unwritten rule in your household that would seem bizarre to outsiders? When my husband died, I made my kids recite, "Tomorrow is always kinder," every night.
Never do bullying. Never bully nerds, people. You never know you never know until they succeed. Like, you're lucky that the nerds are keeping up this entire population. Because, well, if nerds didn't exist, then yeah, we're doomed. We're just doomed. We're just doomed.
Before bed. They never knew it was the last thing their dad said before a drunk driver took him from us. The accident turned me into a different kind of mom. I'd wake up at 3 a.m. just to check if they were breathing. I installed cameras in every room. I made them text me their location every hour, and if they were even 1 minute late, I'd call the police. My oldest, Rory, was 13 and started to hate me for it. He'd slam doors and scream that I was suffocating him. My youngest, Adam, was only 7 and didn't understand why his friends weren't allowed to sleep over anymore. One night, Rory had a basketball game. His team won, and everyone was going for pizza after. I said no. He looked at me with so much hatred and said, "Dad would have let me go." I slapped him. The second my hand touched his face, I saw my husband's disappointment. That night, as I made them say our phrase, Rory whispered, "I wish it was you instead of Dad." I pretended not to hear him, but those words ate at me. The next morning, I found a diary under his bed. He wrote about wanting to run away, about hating how I'd changed. Reading his words broke something in me. I realized I wasn't protecting them. I was traumatizing them. That night at dinner, I told them I was going to therapy. Rory rolled his eyes and said, "Great, now we have to say that stupid phrase to a stranger too." I explained that the phrase was their dad's last words. The fork dropped from Rory's hand. Adam started crying. "Daddy knew he was going to die?" he asked. I told them everything. How their dad was trapped in the car, how he smiled even though he was in pain, how he made me promise to tell them that tomorrow would be kinder. Rory ran to his room. When I followed, I found him clutching an old baseball cap, the last gift his dad gave him. "I didn't know," he sobbed. "I've been so awful to you." I held him as he cried, something I hadn't done since the funeral. The next day, I took down most of the cameras. I extended their curfew. I let them have friends over, but every night they still wanted to say those words. It became different though. Less of a rule, more of a promise. A year later, Rory had another basketball game. His team won again. This time, when he asked to get pizza with his friends, I said yes. He stopped at the door and said, "Mom, I'll text you every 30 minutes. Not because you make me, but because I want you to know I'm safe." I thought I was getting better until I got a call from Rory at 10:30 p.m. My heart stopped when he said, "Mom, I need you to stay calm." He'd gotten into a fender bender. No one was hurt, just a dented bumper. But all I could think about was his dad. I broke every speed limit getting there. When I arrived, Rory was sitting on the curb, completely fine. The other driver was a teenager too, crying because she thought her parents would kill her. Instead of freaking out, I hugged them both and called the girl's parents. That night, as we said our phrase, Adam asked, "Do you think Daddy sees us?" Before I could answer, Rory said, "He better, because I'm finally becoming the big brother he wanted me to be." He pulled Adam into a headlock, both of them laughing. What's an unwritten rule in your household that would seem bizarre to outsiders? When my husband died, I made my kids recite, "Tomorrow is always kinder," every night before bed. They never knew it was the last thing their dad said.
Happy birthday, we got you something.
I think I know what it is.
An iPhone 4 colored pencils.
Really?
Honey, they're magic pencils.
Right.
Class, write this down.
Purple power unlocked.
Hey babe, do you mind if we take a rain check on our date this week? Are you nervous?
What? No, of course not.
Are you hiding something from me?
Crap, I can't do this anymore. I cheated on you, okay? I'm sorry. I feel so bad you and your boyfriend broke up.
This tells me people's emotions. You're not sad.
I don't know what you're talking about. She was jealous of us. I knew it. Hey, where's Mom?
She's outside with Coco giving her a lecture about listening.
Coco, when Mommy says stop, you say okay.
It's just a baby.
Mom, you might not want to talk to her right now.
But you still have to say okay, Mom.
I did your baby.
Happy birthday, we got you something.
What happens if a chain smoker quits smoking suddenly? Day 1, without cigarettes, and my body declared war on me. I'd been smoking since I was 15. Half my life spent inhaling roughly 14,600 packs. That's 292,000 cigarettes. At 5 minutes per cigarette, I'd spent nearly 3 years of my life just smoking. The decision wasn't dramatic. No cancer diagnosis or ultimatum. Just a moment when I watched my 5-year-old daughter pretend to smoke a crayon, holding it exactly how I hold my Marlboros, right down to the way she flicked imaginary ash. "What are you doing, Emma?" I asked, already knowing. "I'm being you, Daddy," she said, taking another pretend drag. I quit that night, flushed the cigarettes, deleted my smoke break alarms, and told no one. Previous attempts had failed when announced, like my brain needed an audience for its surrender. By 10 a.m. Wednesday, my hands trembled so badly I spilled coffee across my keyboard. My coworker noticed. "Hangover?" he asked. "Quitting smoking," I admitted. His eyebrows shot up. "Cold turkey? Jesus, Mark. That's like jumping out of a plane without checking if your parachute works." By afternoon, the headache arrived. Not dull, but primal, like my skull was being crushed in a vice. Every sound became weaponized. The office printer might as well have been a jackhammer beside my ear. That night, I dreamt of cigarettes. Not just smoking them. I was swimming through them, thousands floating in a sea of tobacco, each one calling my name. Day 2 brought rage, pure irrational fury that made me snap at Emma for dropping her spoon at breakfast. "It's just a spoon!" I shouted, immediately horrified at myself. Her little face crumpled. My wife Jen took her to school instead of me. "Get it together," she whispered. "Call your doctor." My doctor prescribed nicotine patches, which felt like cheating but also like survival. "Your brain is literally rewiring itself," he explained. "The receptors that have been flooded with nicotine for years are screaming for it." Day 3. The insomnia was so bad I hallucinated. My mouth produced saliva like I was about to vomit constantly. Food tasted like wet cardboard. I found myself standing outside a gas station at 2 a.m., staring at the cigarette ads, shaking. A teenager exiting looked at me with concern. "You okay, mister?" I wasn't, but I didn't buy cigarettes. Day 5 brought the dreams again. I dreamt I was smoking and woke up with crushing guilt, patting the bed for cigarette burns before realizing it wasn't real. The physical symptoms were brutal, but nothing compared to the psychological warfare. Every stress trigger felt like neon signs flashing SMOKENOW. Day 7. I could suddenly smell everything. My coworker's cologne from across the room, the garbage from inside the house while I was still in the driveway, the lingering smoke in my car upholstery that I'd been noseblind to for years. I deep cleaned my car that weekend, gagging at the yellow residue that came off the windows. Day 14. I could climb the stairs without sounding like I was dying. My daughter noticed. "Daddy, you're not making the scary breathing anymore." Day 30. The craving still ambushed me, but less frequently. I'd gained 8 pounds, but my skin had lost its grayish tint. My wife kissed me one morning and paused. "Your mouth tastes different," she said. "Better." Day 60. I found an old jacket with a forgotten pack in the pocket. Instead of excitement, I felt revulsion. I showed my wife, who watched nervously as I crushed each one under the faucet. "I didn't think you'd actually do it this time," she admitted. "Neither did I confessed. "It's been 6 months now. The money I've saved, nearly $2,000, paid for Emma's first real bicycle and a weekend away with my wife. My persistent cough disappeared. Food tastes incredible. Sometimes I still reach for cigarettes that aren't there. Phantom limb syndrome, but for addiction. But when Emma hugged me yesterday and said, "You smell nice, Daddy," instead of wrinkling her nose and pulling away, I knew with absolute certainty I would never smoke again.
Dude, babysitters are teenagers who act like grown-ups so that grown-ups can go out and act like teenagers. Nope. Humans are the only species who pay to live on the planet. I don't even know what to say anymore at this point. Bro, what if they aren't stars? Just holes poked in the container so that we can breathe. Just coming in and get my shoes. Dude, there was a time before glasses. So that would explain many myths and legends. Got him. La, 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 la. When a student fails a test, is it the student that did bad or the teacher? It's the teacher. Bro, they say that chewing gum is 10 calories per piece. Do you have to swallow the gum to get the calories? Or is that just from chewing it? Dude.
I just told my mom.
Now start on here!
Thank you, bro. And for looking out for my mom, we're letting you go.
Hey, no problem, bro. I know she ain't fat.
Let's go, mommy. Ah!
A portal! I can hide in the nether! What is that?
Ah!
Oh, let's go! I just got a super rare item.
That plant's dead. Garbage.
Shut up! It's goated!
Ah!
Back to stealing. Hey, bro, give me that emerald.
No, my mom did it.
Alright, how are you gonna stop me?
Ah!
Wait, what? Excuse me!
Whoa, 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 whoa! Should I even show that on YouTube? I mean, it's YouTube Shorts. Why would I question that?
Huh?
Your items are all mine.
Okay, handsome.
What? Don't try anything. Listen, I'm just here for items, bro.
Help! I'm stuck.
What? Oh, but it was too late. Bro, I regret this. I'm sorry, bro.
No.
Nah, you're still alive? What's up? Bro, I regret this. I'm sorry, bro. Nah, is he still alive, though? Now throw it on.
What's something that made you angrier than you have ever been? My mom died when I was 15, leaving me to take care of my 8-year-old brother Tommy while my dad worked. He was a good kid, always doing his homework, helping with dishes, never complaining. Even when kids at school made fun of his worn-out clothes, he'd just smile and say, "At least they're clean." We didn't have much money, but Tommy never asked for expensive things. He saved his $5 weekly allowance for months to buy a used Nintendo DS. The night he finally got it, his eyes lit up like Christmas morning. He played it every chance he got, taking perfect care of it, even cleaning it with a special cloth. Things changed when my dad started dating Beverly. She moved in with her 13-year-old son Aiden, who was a nightmare. He'd steal money from my wallet, break things around the house, and blame Tommy. But my dad was so desperate not to be alone, he ignored everything. One morning, Tommy came to me crying. His DS was missing. We searched everywhere, but I already knew what happened. When I confronted Aiden, he smirked and said, "Prove it." I went to Beverly, but she just said, "Boys will be boys," and walked away. That night, I heard crashes coming from Aiden's room. I found Tommy's DS smashed to pieces on the floor, while Aiden filmed himself destroying it for his YouTube channel. When Tommy saw the pieces the next morning, he didn't cry. He just picked them up silently and put them in a shoebox under his bed. I was furious, but my dad said we needed to make things work with Beverly. Tommy stopped talking at dinner. He'd just push food around his plate while Aiden bragged about his new gaming system or expensive shoes. 2 weeks later, I was cleaning and found a receipt in Beverly's purse. She'd used my dad's credit card to buy Aiden the exact same model DS, plus 5 games. The purchase date? The day after Aiden broke Tommy's. I showed my dad the receipt. Instead of being angry, he said, "Well, Aiden's been having a hard time adjusting." That's when I snapped. I grabbed Beverly's designer purse, the one she'd bought the same day my dad said we couldn't afford Tommy's school supplies. I took every credit card, every receipt showing her secret shopping sprees with my dad's money. I laid them all out on the kitchen table, then I waited. When they got home, I pointed to the evidence. While Tommy's wearing secondhand clothes, you spent $3,000 at Nordstrom. While he saved for months to buy a used DS, you bought Aiden 3 new gaming systems. Want to explain? Beverly started crying, saying I was trying to ruin her relationship. My dad actually tried to comfort her. That's when I played my final card. I showed him Beverly's dating profile, still active, where she bragged about finding a wealthy man to fund her lifestyle. My dad's face went white. Beverly tried to explain, but I wasn't done. I showed screenshots of her texting other men, planning dates while my dad worked overtime to pay for her shopping. The profile had been active the entire time they'd dated. The next day, Beverly and Aiden were gone. I used the money from returning her latest shopping spree to buy Tommy a new DS. Not a used one this time. When he opened it, he didn't say anything. He just hugged me for a long time. My dad tried apologizing, saying he'd been stupid. I told him apologies weren't enough. I made him sign Tommy up for counseling and start a college fund with the money he'd been spending on Beverly. Last week, we saw Beverly at the grocery store. She was with another man, wearing new designer clothes. She tried to say hi, but we just walked past. In the car, Tommy finally spoke about what happened. "I'm glad she's gone," he said quietly, "but I still have the broken DS pieces to remind me not to trust people like her." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just took him for ice cream, like I used to when Mom was alive. What's something that made you angry?
Disney theme park characters. Have there been situations where you had to break character? My experience as Cinderella led to me saving a little girl's life. I'd been playing Cinderella at Disney World for 3 years. The rule was simple: never break character, no matter what. Even during emergencies, we were supposed to stay in role while following safety protocols. One hot July afternoon, I was meeting kids near the castle when a tiny girl in a wheelchair caught my eye. She was pale, bald, and wore a surgical mask, clearly going through chemo. Her Make-A-Wish badge told me everything I needed to know. Her name was Sarah, and she was 6. Her eyes lit up when she saw me, and she told me she watched my movie every night in the hospital. She said it gave her courage during her treatments. I knelt beside her wheelchair, holding her hand as she told me about her battle with leukemia. While we were talking, I noticed something wrong. Her breathing became labored, and her skin turned grayish. Having volunteered at children's hospitals before working at Disney, I recognized the signs of a medical emergency. Sarah's mom was distracted taking photos. The nearby staff weren't trained for medical situations. I had seconds to make a decision: stay in character or break
That sounds very awfully egotistical. But hey, if you want me to react to your videos, then sure, I could do that. But hey, probably anytime soon. Probably not anytime soon.
protocol. When Sarah started gasping, I chose her life over my job. I dropped the Cinderella voice immediately. She's having a medical emergency, I shouted to the crowd. I checked her pulse. It was dangerously weak. Her chest wasn't rising properly. I yelled for someone to call 911 while starting CPR. Security tried to remove me, saying I was breaking character and scaring guests. I shoved them away, continuing compressions. I'm a certified first responder, I yelled. She's coding. Either help me or back off. Sarah's mom was screaming. Guests were recording everything. My perfect Cinderella wig fell off as I worked to keep this little girl alive. I didn't care. I kept going until the paramedics arrived 4 minutes later. They said if I hadn't started CPR immediately, Sarah wouldn't have made it. Her chemotherapy had caused a rare heart complication. My quick action saved her life, but I had broken the biggest rule at Disney: never break character. The next day, I was called into management's office. They had footage of me dropping character, removing my wig, and yelling at security. All major violations. I thought I was about to be fired. Instead, they showed me a letter from Sarah's mom. She wrote that her daughter had woken up in the hospital asking if Cinderella was okay. She told the doctors, "My friend Cinderella saved me. She's magic for real." Management changed the rules after that day. Characters are now trained to recognize medical emergencies and have permission to break character if someone's life is at risk. They even started requiring all character performers to get basic first aid certification. Sarah recovered and finished her treatments. She visits me at the park every year on the anniversary of that day. She's 15 now, cancer-free, and wants to become a doctor. Disney theme park characters, have there been situations where you had to break character? My experience as Cinderella led to me Parents.
Stop! YouTube. Wait, what? Disappointingly normal and impressed, lol. Bro, you're literally listening to an automated computer. You're literally listening to an AI. Why would I ever listen to an AI telling me stories?
When did your child's partner win you over? My daughter Lily has always had a knack for bringing home interesting boyfriends. There was the musician who thought showering was optional, the philosophy major who questioned the morality of my career choice over Thanksgiving dinner, and the trust fund kid who couldn't understand why we didn't have a vacation home. So when she mentioned bringing home James for Christmas, I prepared myself for another awkward holiday. "He's different, Mom," she insisted over the phone. I'd heard that before. James arrived on a snowy December evening, standing on our porch with a bouquet of flowers and a nervous smile. Average height, neatly dressed, but nothing flashy. He looked normal, almost disappointingly so. "It's lovely to meet you, Mrs. Chen," he said, handing me the flowers. Lily mentioned lilies are your favorite. They were, but I couldn't remember the last time one of her boyfriends had bothered to learn anything about me. During dinner, he asked thoughtful questions about my husband's woodworking hobby and my community garden. He helped clear the table without being asked. I found myself reluctantly impressed, but still suspicious. The charming ones often had the most to hide. The moment that changed everything happened 3 days into their visit. I was in the kitchen at 2 a.m., unable to sleep due to my arthritis flaring up. I heard soft footsteps and tensed, not wanting to be caught in my bathrobe looking exhausted. James appeared in the doorway, equally surprised to see me. "Sorry, I didn't mean to intrude," he whispered. "Just my joints keeping me up," I explained, embarrassed. Instead of the awkward retreat I expected, he asked, "Would you mind if I joined you? My mom had rheumatoid arthritis. I used to keep her company during her bad nights." We sat at the kitchen table, talking in hushed tones. He told me about growing up with a single mother who worked 2 jobs while battling chronic pain. How he learned to cook at 9 because standing at the stove became too painful for her. "Lily doesn't know this," he confided, "but I've been saving up. Not for a ring yet, we're not ready, but for her student loans. She mentions how they keep her up at night, and he trailed off, looking embarrassed. "That's very thoughtful," I said, genuinely moved. My mom taught me that love isn't grand gestures. It's noticing what hurts the people you care about and trying to ease that burden. The next morning, I found a heating pad by my bedside with a note. "This helped, Mom. Hope it helps you too." What sealed it was what happened on their last day. My husband had planned to drive them to the airport, but our car wouldn't start. James immediately offered to look at it, despite the freezing temperature. "I'm not letting you pay for a tow truck when I can probably fix it," he insisted, already grabbing tools from our garage. Lily stood beside me as we watched him work under the hood. "He's really something, isn't he?" she said softly. "Yes," I admitted. "He really is." An hour later, with frozen fingers and grease-stained clothes, he got our ancient car running again. When Lily wasn't looking, he slipped me a piece of paper with detailed instructions for car maintenance and the name of a trustworthy mechanic in our area. "Just in case," he said quietly. As they drove away for the airport, my husband squeezed my hand. "That's the one, isn't it?" I nodded, finally understanding what Lily meant when she said he was different. He wasn't trying to impress us. He was simply being himself, thoughtful.
Oh my god, those are some big macaroni. Or maybe it's probably pizza rolls. But honestly, I'm not sure if you usually like put pizza rolls in like a pan or something, a frying pan. Hold on, let me take a sip of water.
Kind, and genuinely concerned about our well-being. They're getting married next spring. Parents, when did your child's...
What's the biggest promise your parents broke? When I was 8, my dad promised he'd never leave like my mom did. Then on my 16th birthday, he abandoned me at a gas station 300 miles from home. My child...
Damn, no one wants you for real.
childhood was defined by my mother's absence. She walked out when I was 4, leaving nothing but a hastily scribbled note and a void Dad tried desperately to fill. "It's just us now, kiddo," he'd say, ruffling my hair, "but I promise I'll never leave you like she did." For years, it was true. Dad became everything: coach, cook, homework helper, shoulder to cry on. He worked 2 jobs so I could play hockey, my one escape. He'd sit in the freezing rink at 5 a.m. practices, thermos in hand, giving me thumbs up whenever I looked his way. We weren't rich, but we were a team. Things changed when I turned 14. Dad met Vanessa at a work function. Suddenly, our apartment had scented candles and throw pillows. Dad started wearing cologne. Within 6 months, Vanessa moved in, bringing her 10-year-old son Tyler, who broke my things and complained when Dad came to my games. The argument started small. Dad missing my tournament for Tyler's science fair. Vanessa suggesting I was too old for Dad to tuck in at night. Then came bigger fights about money, about space, about attention. "You're being selfish," Dad whispered one night after I asked why we canceled our annual camping trip. "Vanessa and Tyler are family now too." For my 16th birthday, Dad promised a special trip. Just us, like old times. We'd drive to Lake Michigan, stay in the cabin we used to rent. No Vanessa, no Tyler, he swore. Father-son time. I spent weeks looking forward to it, even as things at home grew more tense. The morning we left, Dad was quiet. 3 hours into our drive, he pulled into a gas station. "Get us some snacks," he said, handing me $20. I bounded inside, grabbing our usual road trip haul. Sour Patch Kids for me, beef jerky for him, Cokes for both. When I came out, the car was gone. I thought it was a joke at first. Dad sometimes hid around corners to scare me. I walked the entire gas station perimeter, checking behind the dumpsters, laughing nervously. Then I called his cell, straight to voicemail. I called again and again. The gas station attendant let me wait inside as hours passed. At sunset, my phone finally rang. It wasn't Dad, it was Vanessa. "Your father can't do this anymore," she said flatly. "We've decided it's best if you live with your Aunt Linda in Michigan. Your dad left your suitcase with the station manager. Your aunt will pick you up tomorrow morning." "Can I talk to Dad?" I asked, voice breaking. "He doesn't want to talk right now. This is difficult for everyone." I spent my 16th birthday night sleeping on a plastic chair in a gas station break room, 300 miles from the only home I knew, abandoned by the second parent who promised they'd never leave. Aunt Linda was kind but bewildered when she collected me the next day. Dad had called her just hours before, offering extra child support if she'd take me. She hadn't even known we were coming. For months, I called Dad daily. The calls went unanswered. On Christmas, he sent a card with $100 and a note. "Sorry things turned out this way. Vanessa's pregnant. We need to focus on the baby now." Last week, 3 years later, Dad called out of the blue. Tyler was causing trouble, and Vanessa had left. He was alone and ready to be a family again. He promised things would be different. I listened silently, then told him I had to go. My college roommates were waiting. We were heading to the hockey rink, where I now volunteer coaching kids from broken homes. "Those kids need someone who keeps their promises," I said before hanging up. "And now, so do I." What's the
Okay, class, take a seat. We're going to begin our lesson. Bro, I can't wait for class to be over so we can start spring break. I know, right? What are you doing for spring break? Yo, I just got plane tickets to go down to. Simon, what are you talking about in my class? Oh, I was just telling my friend my plans for spring break. Plans? The only plans you'll have for spring break is the 20-page book report I'm about to assign to the class. What? Be serious about this, man. That's right. For spring break, everybody has homework. But we're supposed to be taking a break from homework. It's in the name. Simon, back in my day, we didn't even have a spring break or a summer break or a weekend. But
Dang. They literally want the students to suffer.
I mean, look, even though if you don't, your payment is not great. Look, I understand the payment's not great, but you don't gotta do them dirty like that. That right there's a violation. Personally, I wouldn't have it.
everyone has plans for spring break. Yeah, to work on the book report. Homework over break is the dumbest thing ever. Nobody in the class wants this. I do. Greg, shut up. Simon, this book report is 50% of your grade, so if you don't do it, you automatically fail. I'm not doing that every time. Every single time this happens, what do you want? The teacher tried to assign us a 20-page book report over spring break. Over spring break? That's so dumb. No one's gonna do it. Exactly! Okay, class, take a seat. We're gonna begin our lesson.
Am I supposed to know who's the good guy and the bad guy?
Strengthen the collagen you have.
Dads, what's the one moment you knew your kid was manipulating you? For me, it was when my 6-year-old daughter, Sophie, made me question my entire parenting approach with a single conversation. I still remember that Sunday afternoon clearly. The sun was streaming through our kitchen windows, and I was washing dishes while my wife was at her monthly book club. Sophie wandered in, dragging her favorite stuffed rabbit by one ear. She climbed onto a stool at the counter and watched me scrub a particularly stubborn pot. "Daddy," she said, her voice small but deliberate. "Emily's daddy lets her have ice cream whenever she wants." I chuckle. Well, that's not how things work in our house, kiddo. She nodded thoughtfully, as if considering complex philosophical principles. I know. You and Mommy say too much sugar is bad. She paused, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Emily's teeth are still okay, though. I continued washing dishes, recognizing the classic kid negotiation tactic. That's good for Emily, but different families have different rules. Sophie sighed dramatically. I told Emily that. I told her my daddy is super smart about healthy food because he loves me more than anything. I felt a swell of pride and glanced at her. She was staring at me with those big brown eyes. That's right, Soph. I do love you more than anything. That's why I was sad when Emily said her daddy must love her more, she continued, her voice dropping to almost a whisper. I turned off the water. What do you mean? Well, she explained, fiddling with her rabbit's ears. Emily said if her daddy gives her ice cream whenever she wants.
Rabbit's ears. Has your daddy made out with Judy Hopps?
And you don't give me ice cream, then her daddy must love her more than you love me. I felt a ridiculous pang of competitive parenting anxiety. That's not true at all, Sophie. I know, Daddy. That's what I said, too. She looked down at her rabbit. I told her my daddy shows love in different ways. Not with ice cream. The guilt hit me like a truck. Here was my daughter, defending my parenting choices to her friend while I denied her occasional treats. You know what? Maybe we could have a little ice cream. Just this once. Her face lit up. Really? Can I have chocolate with sprinkles? 20 minutes later, we were sitting at the kitchen table. Sophie, happily devouring her ice cream sundae while I nursed a coffee. My wife walked in, earlier than expected. Ice cream before dinner? She asked, eyebrows raised. Before I could explain, Sophie piped up. Daddy said I could have it because I told Emily that he loves me even though he doesn't give me treats like her daddy does. My wife's expression shifted from surprise to amusement. She caught my eye and mouthed, "She played you." It hit me all at once. The careful phrasing, the sad eyes, the strategic mention of another dad supposedly loving his daughter more. I'd been masterfully manipulated by a kindergartner. That night, after Sophie was in bed, my wife couldn't stop laughing. She's too smart for her own good, I admitted. No, my wife corrected. She's too smart for your own good. The next day, I picked Sophie up from school and decided to address it directly. Sophie, about that ice cream yesterday. Did you make me feel bad on purpose so I'd give you a treat? She looked up at me, face innocent, but eyes twinkling. Daddy, I just told you what Emily said. I didn't know you'd feel bad. Then she added, but I did tell Emily this morning that my daddy loves me so much, he gave me ice cream just because I was sad. I couldn't help but laugh. You know what, Sophie? You're going to be either a great lawyer or a con artist someday. She beamed at me. What's a con artist? Someone who's very persuasive, I explained, ruffling her hair. Like you? She asked. Mommy says you talked her into marrying you. Dads, what's the one moment you knew your kid?
Sometimes saving someone means helping them disappear. I grew up in a quiet neighborhood where everyone knew each other. Lawns were always freshly cut, porches were swept clean, and from the outside, every family looked. Sometimes saving someone means helping them disappear.
Sure, let me save you. And I hope you disappear.
Grew up in a quiet neighborhood where everyone knew each other. Lawns were always freshly cut, porches were swept clean, and from the outside, every family looked picture perfect. But tucked inside one of those spotless two-story houses was Mason, my best friend since second grade. Mason was loud in the best way, always turning something simple into something unforgettable. He made games better, jokes funnier, bad days lighter. We did everything together. Endless summer bike rides, Halloween costumes planned weeks in advance, sleepovers that stretched until sunrise. He felt more like a brother than a friend. Even when we were just kids, though, I could tell something was wrong at his house. His dad wasn't just strict. He had this heavy presence that made you instinctively shrink. He didn't even need to yell to scare you, but he yelled plenty too. Whenever anyone raised their voice, Mason would flip at night. The silence in the car, the way he gripped the door handle like it was heavier than it should have been. And even now, all these years later, I know without a doubt, I'd do it all over again. Sometimes saving someone means.
Alright, I think I found the phone flipping filter that has way more scores. Let's give it a try. Get the first one first. Come on. Come on, let's go. I got so many more scores to get through. Let's go. Okay, let's get the second one. Ah, here, right here. On the computer. On the computer. Come on, come on. Boom. Come on. Little less, right here. Yeah. Let's go. Okay, now the far. Oh, whoa, whoa. Okay, I thought I was supposed to go on the computer. Okay. Oh, all right, let's go. Let's go. Come on, right here. Boom. Looks good. I got this, I think.
Why you want to dunk it in the trash can, though? Like, then you're going to have to buy another one. What a waste.
Yeah? Yeah. Let's go! How do you get the other ones? I'm so confused.
What do you mean dumping it in the trash can is legendary? The only thing that's legendary about it is a pile of scrap it's being turned into.
Why do you get that box? I'm so confused. Bro, whatever, that's pretty good for now. Get the next one to the next video. Alright, I think I found the phone flipping filter.
Aim is not.
What's the most unforgivable thing a teacher ever did? My math teacher sabotaged my college chances and destroyed my father's career after I caught her changing grades this month. Mrs. Peterson will still be in prison when I finish my PhD. What's the most unforgivable thing?
The unknown voices of characters you have never heard before, part 2. Firstly, in Pokemon, the only thing we really heard Pikachu say is his own name, Pikachu.
Pikachu?
Well, surprisingly, we actually have heard what Pikachu sounds like when he says more than this.
I always want to be with you.
Duh. Have you? It's not. It's like you haven't watched the movie.
Yeah, it was shocking. However, for The Simpsons, Maggie Simpson literally never talks, but they do reveal how she sounds when she says her first word.
Daddy.
Finally, nobody's ever heard.
Hold up. How about the time where Maggie sounds like James Earl? And so, yeah, let me just. How about the time where Maggie sounds like James Earl Jones? Hey, RIP to the GOAT, though.
Heard Godzilla talk. All we've heard is Godzilla's roar. Well, we've actually heard Godzilla talk in the 1972 movie.
Something funny going on. You better check.
That was the literal.
Bro, that's his voice? It appears that Godzilla is on that Galaxy Godzilla.
Last voice I was expecting. He
escaped too? You're right. I need a help.
Oh wait, he has water in his mouth.
Screw it. You had me at the reaction point. Screw it. If he's doing it, then I'm doing it too.
He escaped too? You're right. I need a help. My bad. Ooh. Oh my god. You almost got me. I gotta look for another one. That's a real pig. I'm for sure getting this guy. Oh, you think you can hide from me? I got a weapon. Dear God, that's disgusting. Oh, I'm getting this guy. Oh, you're kind of ugly. You know what? That's disgusting. I gotta look for another one. Oh! Hey, that's a fire ad. Let's watch it. What's going on? The lens cap. All right, let's watch it this time. Wait, what? Bro, it's facing the wrong way. Okay, you know what? Let's make sure you don't touch the camera. Okay, let's watch it this time. Bro, you need to be quiet. This time he can't mess it up. Dude, this is ridiculous. All right, try making noise. That's what I thought.
Dude, if Earth is the third planet from the sun, doesn't that mean that every country is a third world country?
Be quiet!
Light bulbs were such a good idea, they became the symbol for a good idea.
You see what you did to Jared? He's having a mental breakdown because of you!
Bro, lawyers hope you get sued. Doctors hope you get sick. Cops hope you're a criminal. Mechanics hope you have car trouble. But only a thief wishes you prosperity.
Wishing you prosperity, Ryan. Is that my PlayStation?
They say the asteroid killed all the dinosaurs. You could also say it killed many birds with one stone. Reading a book is looking at a dead tree and hallucinating.
Let me ask you something. Why?
When you say forwards or back, your lips move in that. Dude, if Earth is the third planet.
I remember one time I was in bed and my dad came in and he said, "Good night, John."
Shout out to Drama Lady.
Yes. remember one time I was in bed.
Have you ever noticed the difference between how boys are on the last day of school versus girls? Because the girls always seem to be super sad. Like, since they're not going to see a lot of their friends over summer, they might be crying or hugging each other, saying they should hang out when they know that's definitely not going to happen. But for some reason, boys don't experience any of those feelings because the way they act is completely different. Like, boys know that there's no consequences on the last day of school since you're not going to be there again. So you can do something crazy. One time on the last day, this guy in my class had a really big crush on the teacher the whole year. So he literally brought flowers to school and asked her if she would go on a date with him. Sadly, she said no, because I guess she had a husband already or something. And the kid was 12, so that would have been pretty weird. But hey, those are the shots you take on the last day. Have you ever?
Great. I'm glad you're so nonchalant about that. I'm glad you're so nonchalant about the fact that an adult man, or maybe a guy who is literally older than 12, is about to be dated by is dating a 12-year-old. You know what? It's fine. It's not like that you're going to go to jail or something where you belong.
What's the worst thing that happened when you swapped phones? We swapped phones as a trust exercise, but neither of us realized what it would reveal. My business partner Sarah suggested it during a late meeting. She said it would build trust since we up the evidence. When Sarah walked in late, coffee in hand, she froze when she saw her own emails on the screen. Sarah, we were just discussing your side business. I said later. All because we swapped phones. What's the worst thing that happened when you...
Does anyone else have a friend you only call by their nickname? Like, it almost feels wrong to even say their actual name. Because I had a friend who everyone referred to as Beans. Because for some reason, that was all this man ate. That's not even an exaggeration either. Because he would literally cook beans in the morning and bring them in a thermos, and that would be his lunch. Nothing else. Just Beans. So that's what we'd call him. But since we never used his real name, there was one day where he didn't come to school, and I had a class with him. So when he didn't show up, the teacher, who knew I was friends with him, said, "You have any idea why Evan isn't here?" And I was like, "Who?" Then she goes, "Evan. You guys are always talking to each other." But for about 5 seconds, I had no idea who she was talking about. I didn't know an Evan until she pointed to where Beans usually sat. So then I was like, "Oh, you're talking about my boy Beans. His first name is Evan, huh?" Does anyone else have a...
Foods that no longer exist, part 5. Firstly, in 2007, chocolate Skittles were released.
I mean, hey, at least that's the first thing that popped up in, like, you know, at least he got the first thing right. But then he sits out the rest then to pad out the runtime.
And had 5 different chocolate flavors. However, they were quickly discontinued because the company who makes Skittles, which is Mars, is the same company who makes M&Ms. They were literally competing with themselves. Next, in 1996, the drink Orbits was released, which had all these balls that you would consume when you drink the soda. See, these gelatin balls were able to match the soda's density, and from this, they were able to keep float. The company thought since its appearance looked cool, everybody would drink it. However, the opposite happened, and it turned out everybody felt like they were drinking from a lava lamp. They were discontinued in 1998. Finally, we have these Pringle sticks, which were discontinued in 2018, which should make a comeback, because you all don't understand how good these were. Foods that no longer...
Hey kids, whoever can keep the cookie the longest gets a special prize.
Really? This is gonna be easy.
I'll be right back.
Are you already eating yours? It hasn't even been a minute yet. I knew this was gonna be easy. Give it to me. Hey!
Wow, son, you ate yours already?
No.
Okay, Kaylee, get ready. We're about to leave.
Yay! What's gonna be the prize?
We're gonna go pick up trash.
Wait, what? That's...
Usually, Speed McQueen, like, puts something, like, you know, puts the original audio. Did he? Did he plagiarized? Unless I'm tripping.
It's a special prize?
Well, if you don't want to, I could take your brother instead.
Yeah, brother can go.
Okay, cool. Son, you ready to go get ice cream?
Yeah, what do you mean ice cream?
That's his prize for winning. I saw you take his cookie.
Oh, great heavens!
Hey kids, whoever can keep
Never compliment a British person, because I just met a British person at a coffee shop and I embarrassed myself so badly because they walked in and we made eye contact with each other. So they smiled and said, "What a lovely day out here, innit?" But I didn't expect them to have an accent. So when they did, for some reason, my first instinct was to just talk in that exact same accent back to them. So then I was like, "Indeed, the weather is bloody gorgeous." But since we're in the US, when I said that, they were like, "Wait, you're British too?" And I couldn't admit to them that I was literally just copying their accent, or else they would have thought that I was mocking them. So I kept pretending to be British, and I said, "I am British." But then they said, "Really? Where are you from?" But I panicked because I couldn't think of a city in England, so I was just like, think of a soccer team there. And I was like, "I'm from Manchester." But then to my surprise, they were like, "No, mate, I'm from Manchester." So I guess I was really trying to sell it, and for some reason I responded by saying, "Well, then maybe we'll have to hit up the pub next time I'm back." And when I said that, he just laughed very Britishly. But I don't know why I did that. Something about British accents never
Thinking things I would drink for $100. Let's
right,
go. Okay, dirty bath water, like to shower. Honestly,
why even have this as a drink?
not feeling that one. I think I gotta go a 9 here. Oh no, dog drool.
What?
Ooh, would it be better? No. Okay, blood.
put it in
I'm not
green.
a vampire, so I think I got to put an 8. I don't like that. Pickle juice. Okay, that's not bad. That's doable. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put it 3 actually. What's
I'll put
number
it.
4? Oh, okay. Thinking things I would drink for a.
What's your Minecraft character based on your name?
Are you gonna?
Another one of those videos. Great.
Join us. I said, are you gonna join us? Are you gonna join us? That's right. All you work for me now. What? Wait, hold up. Except you. Get lost. All right, I'm gonna start giving you guys names. You'll be John, Jamal. Who's trying to be buttocks? Okay, let's settle this like responsible adults. Fight! Bro, knock them out! Let's go! He gets buttocks. For winning, you get ugly.
Who the heck names their kid Buttocks? Dang, their parents must have hated their guts.
Why do I have to use this one? Hey, it looks nice. I've been needing to go. Hey, get out now. Phew, finally some privacy. 100 emeralds? Rough them up a little. All right, let's check it out. 99 emeralds? My man, you're gonna want to lower that price some more. 80. All right, how many times we gotta teach you this lesson? 40. All right, dip his feet. 2. You're gonna lower it from 2 to 1, or else. Wait, what? Why is it still 2? Are you gonna join us?
No.
Can you name these 12 social media platforms by their missing letter?
Great. Another one of those quizzes where it's super obvious. You know what? I might as well get them wrong on purpose.
Under time pressure. Each one is harder than the last one. Question 5 is where the real test begins. First one.
Yo mama.
YouTube. Second one. Instagram.
Inge.
Third one. Discord. Like the video, if you answer first 3 correct. Fourth one. TikTok. Fifth one. Threads. Sixth one. Snapchat. Seventh one.
What's up?
WhatsApp. Press the subscribe button for more daily quizzes. Eighth one.
Toilogram.
Telegram. Ninth one.
Red Dot.
Reddit. 10th one.
Felicia.
Facebook. 11th one.
Pina.
Pinterest. Get ready for your last question. Save this quiz and don't forget to tell me your score in the comments. Last one.
Vuber.
Can you name?
What's an unwritten rule in your household that would seem bizarre to outsiders? After my wife died during childbirth, I had to raise our son alone. The one rule I made him follow was that after the reception, as they were leaving for their honeymoon, he hugged me again. Don't worry, Dad. The emoji tradition lives on. What's an
This is a disaster.
Hi, you two ready to order?
This is a disaster.
Hi, you two ready to order?
Regional stuff.
Never fall asleep on your back, because last night I was laying in bed, but I just could not fall asleep for some reason. And I always fall asleep on my side, but tonight it was super uncomfortable. So I decided to go on my back, and within 5 minutes of doing that, I fell asleep. Sounds great, right? Well, the only issue was that I woke up in the middle of the night, so I was like, oh, might as well go to the bathroom. So I tried to get up, but I couldn't move my body. At first I thought I was just dreaming or something, but then I realized I was fully conscious. And then all of a sudden, I see a dark figure in the corner of my room, and it kept getting closer to me and closer to me. So I was terrified because I couldn't move or run away, but then the dark figure walked out of my eyesight, so I couldn't see it anymore until randomly it pops up right in front of my face. At this point, my heart was racing, but then I started to hear whispering and I was like, where is this coming from? But for some reason, whenever someone whispers in my ear, it makes me super ticklish. So when this happened, I started to wiggle my toes and I realized I could move again, and then I woke up. So I don't know if I was dreaming or if I wasn't, but it felt super real. All I know is that this never happened until the one night I sleep on my back. So I'm never doing that again. Also, I may or may not have wet the bed. Never fall asleep on your back, because
Spot the difference. Oh boy, we're in trouble. We're probably in YouTube Kids. Alright, so he has the blue one instead of the red one. He has the blue hand. He has a blue hand. He that's it. If I get it wrong, I don't care. What is it? It's a loop?
Kids who were raised by their siblings. How did it turn out? I was 8 when mom had what everyone called an episode. She stopped leaving bed, then started believing the walls were watching her. My brother Alex was 21. Old Alex, you're doing something extraordinary. And one day that little kid will understand the depth of your sacrifice. Kids who were raised by their siblings. How this can
Whoa. Just cold. Oh, great.
This cow called you ugly. Hey, yo, I need a hide.
You're really putting an emerald block over your family? You know what the right decision to make is. That's what I'm talking about, bro. And look, it doesn't even matter how many emerald blocks there are, bro. You're still gonna choose your family because family is over everything.
She just said she a whale. Hey, did you just say something?
No.
Hey, he said your mom loves food.
A ribbit.
He also said he wants you to rub a cactus on him. He also said he wants your homies to beat him up. Now fart on him.
Children can get hurt that way too.
Hold up, a sheep's wool is soft. No one will get hurt. Okay, here goes nothing. Oh, let's go, he fired.
Wait, what?
Jesus, it was a costume. Who's next? All right, what's up? Let's fight. Oh, you're scared? What?
Why they had to make it detailed?
Shouldn't we? Oh, let's go. You subscribed. We won't fight.
Thank you.
As a reward, I'll send you off with a wedgie.
And you gave him a wedgie anyway.
Paramedics. What's the weirdest injury someone has made up? I got a call from a mom in full panic mode. Thank you for your service. As we walked out, she slammed his door behind us. We heard things being thrown, screaming. She even yelled, "You're grounded for life." Just as we were walking out, she rushed him outside, got him in the car, and drove him to school to take the test. Paramedics. What's the weirdest?
Mommy, hurry. The time's running out. I'm fine. That's not funny. I can't believe I overslept. I'm gonna be so late for school. Excuse me.
Jinx, knock on wood.
Shoot, I do not have time for this. There. What?
Well, I
Why
do
did
not
it
have
work?
time for
Because the
lunch.
floor's made of laminate. You have to knock on real wood.
Out of my way. There.
Jessica, please tell me you have a good reason for disrupting the class.
I do. If I didn't interrupt, I would have died.
Okay, well, just go sit down, please.
Did I miss anything important?
School-wise, not at all.
Gossip-wise?
Sebastian jinxed Emma and she didn't make it.
No shot.
Oh, it gets worse. Then Jason started bawling his eyes out. Apparently, Emma and Jason were having a secret affair.
Emma was a little devil.
Girls, quiet down. Does anyone know the answer to number 67?
4927.
That is correct.
Oh,
Hello, Autumn, the
Jess,
cute
Anna
color
jinxed you.
artist.
No, she didn't.
Yes, I did. I'm pretty sure
how's
she did.
your
I didn't
day
hear you.
going?
I
Well, my day is
Just come on,
going
knock on
great
wood.
until
Is this
I
some
had to
kind of sick joke?
watch
Because you both know if I knock on wood when I'm not
250
jinxed, I die.
Shorts.
I would not joke about this. Jess, we're being for real. Come on.
Guys, this isn't a joke. The watermelon filter's back. It wants revenge. Okay, because I got it first try last time.
What did he do to you personally?
Can I get it again? I doubt I can get it again. But it's... Oh my gosh, the stick. Where'd it... Dude, every time it disappears, it's like... Okay. Okay. Last time I put it exactly underneath the word where it ended. Would it do it again?
At this point, she mastered all the filters.
That works. That works.
What is she, the filter bender?
Go a little more. Boom. Please. It goes all 6? Wait, why does it wrap around like that?
Hey, you did it first try.
What country is this? Kenya. Yeah.
You know, when you find a new makeup product and it just hits.
I don't feel well. Yeah, right. Go get dressed. Why don't you ever believe me?
Because you always fake being sick.
Trip is going to Thunder Park for senior ditch day and I want to go.
So fake being sick.
I faked being sick way too many times. Then mom and dad won't buy it.
But they will if we both are sick.
Been throwing up all night. Oh no, Taylor too.
Jeez, if they're both sick, then maybe Taylor is not lying after all.
Maybe they have food poisoning.
Just follow my lead. Can I have this yogurt smoothie I found in the fridge?
Sure.
Hey, Taylor, you want to share this yogurt smoothie I found in the fridge?
Sure. It looks delicious.
Oh no, it's expired.
Oh, who cares? Mom always said it's okay to eat expired food if it's...
What kind of parents?
To eat buffer zone. You guys are total idiots for drinking that expired smoothie. But it was in the buffer zone. Take care of each other.
That's sweet.
No! What about that one baby?
If you think Minecraft villagers are intentionally running away from you, you're mistaken. Many of us think that villagers try to escape when they're locked up, or that they try to climb to higher ground when they're near a mountain edge.
Roaches
it doesn't
What beats
matter.
rock? But I can only use things that I've guessed on Akinator. What beats rock? Okay, what is the weakest thing I've ever guessed? I guess the peanut butter baby would be easy. Peanut butter baby. Peanut butter baby.
I mean, it's a baby. What else are you gonna use to defeat someone?
Does not beat rock. 16 other people have tried that. What beats rock? Okay, we need to find something stronger than peanut butter baby. How about this? Human Shrek. Human Shrek. Okay, what beats human Shrek? I feel like Shaq could beat human Shrek. Shaq. Okay, what beats Shaq? Shaq is like the ultimate humans. You know what? I'm gonna do it. Freddy Fazbear. What beats Freddy Fazbear? Okay, Freddy's kind of strong because he's robot. But like Sub-Zero would be good. What beats Sub-Zero? Let's do Kid Omni-Man. Kid Omni-Man. What beats Kid Omni-Man? Kid Omni-Man's strong, but I mean, he's still a kid. Thanos? What beats Thanos? Thanos is always hard to beat. Have I guessed Iron Man
Since
before? I don't think
when?
I've ever guessed Iron Man. Okay, I don't know if he can win, but I'm gonna do the Colossal Titan. The Colossal Titan will crush Thanos. Let's go. What beats
Wait, what?
Colossal Titan? Oh my god, something bigger than the Colossal Titan. Pink Godzilla. Pink Godzilla does not beat the Colossal Titan.
Bro, the Colossal Titan is literally that short. It's literally the size of Godzilla's ankles. Plus, I think it's involved Godzilla.
Adding a color to a monster doesn't make it mightier. Once again, this game's wrong. What beats rock? But I can only use things that I...
Okay, class, take your seats. We're gonna get started with our lesson. Oh, did you hear decisions are coming out today? Yeah, I know. I'm so nervous.
Well, I feel very confident about my results. I just know I'll get into my dream school.
Did I ask?
Oh, just got my decision from Harvard. I'm already expecting a yes.
Greg is gonna be so annoying when he gets in.
I can't believe this. Harvard turned me down.
Bro, it's not Young Sheldon.
Yo,
Oh my goodness,
Greg
he's
is
not him.
Oh, my life's work ruined.
Greg, it's okay. Lots of smart students get rejected from Harvard. It's normal.
But I'm different. I'm a literal super genius.
If you really were a super genius, don't you think the results would be a little different?
What would you feel if you got rejected from the greatest academic institution on earth?
Probably nothing.
What?
I want to go to music school, so that doesn't really apply to me.
Exactly. You're not an academic weapon. Neither of us got into Harvard, so you're not one either.
Whoa! My goodness, he did
I guess I have to accept.
Wow,
failure.
that is a
And
very
I just got
terrible
accepted to
roast.
Princeton and Yale. I'm fine. What?
Okay, class.
Bro, did you hear what happened with the neighbor's kid? Nah, what happened? Bro, he got kidnapped. Little Timmy? Yes, bro, they snatched him real good. Oh, not my dog, man. Not little Timmy. Yo, how did this happen, bro? Yesterday, he was playing around the park, and then this big white van pulled up, and then the man asked him if he wanted any candy, and then it was history from there. What does that have to do with little Timmy getting kidnapped? A mysterious white van pulled up to a children's park and offered a kid candy. Okay, but like, how does that tie into the kidnapping? I don't see the correlation. Are you pranking me right now? No, I'm genuinely lost here. I'm trying to see what happens next. I don't know. The man in the van kidnapped him. Yo, what? I did not see that coming. Why is that a surprise to you? Because a candy man kidnapping a child? Like, what? He was never a candy man. Yo, what? Nah, this story got way too many twists, bro. I never saw that coming. My boy, did your parents never teach you what to do if a stranger offers you candy? Nah, they did. They told me. Is your butt supposed to feel this way after going to a party? Or did you hear?
Why did I go there? What?
What's your what comes around goes around story? In high school, there was this kid named Archie who bullied me mercilessly about my weight. Every lunch period, he'd moo when I walked by or ask loudly if the cafeteria had enough food for everyone now that I was here. I'd eat alone in the bathroom stall, balancing my tray on my knees so no one would see me crying. The worst day was when he recorded me changing after gym and threatened to post it online if I didn't give him my homework answers for the rest of the year. I was too ashamed to tell anyone, so I just did what he asked, staying up late every night doing double assignments while my grades slipped. 10 years later, I was working as an HR director at a major tech company when a familiar name came across my desk for a final interview, Archie Williams. My hands shook as I realized this was my chance for revenge. I could reject him, embarrass him, or even tell everyone what he did to me. Instead, I conducted the interview professionally. He didn't recognize me until the end when I mentioned our high school. The color drained from his face as he stammered an apology, explaining he'd been going to therapy for years to address his behavior. I approved his hire, not because I forgave him, but because every day he works here, he knows his job exists at the mercy of someone he tortured. Sometimes justice isn't about getting even. It's about knowing they have to live with what they did while watching you thrive. What's your what comes around goes around story? In high school, there was...
Please be normal. Oh, let's go. You're normal. You and your friends are gonna help me beat the game. I have a gun to help us. What? Of course. Bro thought I pulled a gun on him. Nice to meet you. Bruh. You're my last hope, dude. Let's see, I gotta use sign language. Get me obsidian. What happened? You pulled a robbery. Nah! Sorry. You said it's useless and pathetic, and you'll never amount to anything in life. No! Unfortunately, there's only one way in. Someone has to sacrifice themselves. Let's settle this with musical chairs. Loser has to...
So this is where we're teaching. This is what we're teaching kids nowadays.
Do it. Dear God, I'm so sorry, dude. Wait, what? He can't hear anything, but he's very locked in. I bet. Let's do it. Thanks for everything. Have fun. Let's go. Please be.
Which gas station has the saltiest?
Ohana means family.
Okay, apparently this fish is dehydrated. Oh, he's suffocating. Okay. Wait, why are we using a pencil to stab the balloon? Okay. So we're gonna drain the water. So I'm guessing the water is gonna come out from the bottom, so we need to go up somewhere near the top, right? Right there? I'm sorry. What? Wait, it doesn't drain from the top, it drains from... What? Okay, so it's at the bottom then, alright? I need more, okay? So probably near the bottom, like there? Please? What? But can we talk about, like, the tank, bro? That doesn't even fit you, fish, like... Oh, wait, it pushes you out? What? Okay, what about, like, that line? I feel like that should be worth something, right? Right there. What? One more, a bit above, I'm guessing, right there. Please? Okay, apparently this fish...
What's the most inaccurate thing your child has ever been taught in school? My 10-year-old son came home confused because his history teacher told the class that the Great Wall of China is visible from space with the naked eye. My son Alex has always been fascinated by space. Since he was 5, we've spent countless nights stargazing with our telescope. He knows all the planets and can recite facts about the International Space Station. Last year, I bought him a book signed by Chris Hadfield, the famous astronaut. Alex treasures it and can quote entire passages about what Earth actually looks like from space. But everything changed when Mr. Peterson started teaching history. During a lesson about ancient wonders, he told the class that the Great Great Wall of China is the only man-made structure visible from space with the naked eye. Alex raised his hand and explained that astronauts have confirmed this isn't true. The wall is too narrow and blends with the landscape. He mentioned that Hadfield specifically addressed this myth in his book. Mr. Peterson cut him off. That's nonsense, he said. It's in our textbook, and I've been teaching this fact for 20 years. Your little astronaut book is wrong. The next day, Alex brought in his signed book to show the passage. Instead of listening, Mr. Peterson confiscated it, calling it disruptive material. He made Alex stand in front of the class and recite, "The Great Wall of China is visible from space," 10 times. When Alex came home, he was devastated. His precious signed book was book. It now sits in a display case in the school library, with a note explaining how important it is to always keep learning, even for teachers. What's the most...
Stop! Did you get area codes? I don't know it.
I do.
If you get this right, you win the prize.
Got a white boy on my roster. He'd be feeding me pasta and lobster. He just hit me up on Tuesday.
What a bad day to have eyes.
Congratulations. That's it. I won.
Sending you your prize now.
AirPods. Cool.
Congrats. You played well.
You too, Sebastian.
I am so lonely.
Did you say something?
No. Why?
Oh, no. I could have just swore I heard you singing for a second.
Nobody likes me. Everybody hates me. I'm gonna go.
I think these AirPods allow me to hear people's feelings in musical form. Mom, you'll never guess the day I had.
What happened?
Well, I got these cool AirPods, and they basically... What?
I didn't say anything.
Never mind. Jerica, I got these AirPods, and they...
I mean, I don't blame the mom.
No way.
Yeah, put them in.
Whoa.
Can you hear what I'm feeling?
No.
Really? Let me try.
That girl's a liar. That girl's a liar.
I am not a liar.
Never said you were.
I guess these only work on me. And now I know my mom hates me. Wonder what my dad thinks of me.
What song did you get? Area codes? I don't know it.
Eat a bowl of cereal with water or drink a glass of rotten milk.
What the hell are you teaching kids nowadays? Are you teaching... You know what? Yeah, I feel like a cereal with water is less lethal than a glass of rotten milk.
Swim in freezing water or stay in a room full of spiders.
I rather swim in freezing... I mean, I guess a room spiders, as long as they are friendly ones.
Be stranded on a desert island or be lost in a deep forest.
Desert island.
Eat a raw onion like an apple or drink a cup of vinegar.
I feel like an onion, because, you know, onions are...
Run a marathon in sandals or bike up a steep mountain.
Hell yeah, I'm going to bike up a mountain.
Never laugh or always cry.
Never laugh.
Talk too much or never speak at all.
Never speak at all.
Fail at everything or never try anything.
Dang, none of these seem good, but honestly, why bother? Honestly, I'd rather fail at everything than not trying at all.
Eat a bowl of cereal.
Recently, Izzy...
Finally! Thank you, Brody Animations! Thank you for saving me from this pain I received. Thank you so much. Wait. I just remember I had to watch Cringe shorts. And... No! Brody! No!
As a doctor... Dads, what's the weirdest misunderstanding you've ever had with your child's school? When my daughter was in 2nd grade, I got a call from the principal asking me to come in for an urgent meeting about Madison's concerning behavior. My mind raced through all the possibilities. Was she bullying? Of all charges. I got another call from the school. This parenting thing never gets easier. Dads, what?
Hey, let me borrow this. Oh, let's go. It's working. I gotta get out. Bro, I owe you. How can I repay you? Wait, what? Nah! Hey, this is our little secret, alright? Back to stealing. Hey, bro, give me that emerald.
It's just so...
Alright, how are you gonna stop me? Wait, what? Wait, what? Excuse me, you need to be able to defend me. Fight this one.
So...
Buddy, it ain't your choice. Go for it. What? Bro, you need to show me you can fight. No, that boy. Don't do it. Don't do it. Wow, really? We don't need you. Huh? What? No! You can't use a bed in the nether! No!
Where can I take a nap then?
I don't know, on the floor?
But it's so comfy.
Dear God, I guess you can't sleep at all taking your stuff.
Shut up.
What? Just milk? Whatever, I'll take it. Why am I nauseous?
I had some
Nah, tell me that was milk. Hey, let me borrow this.
Big Ben is going digital. Let me explain. So we all know.
Oh, great. Another one of those life is a simulation crap. As if my life hasn't been falling to pieces. This is my final straw.
The massive London clock tower, the Big Ben, right? Well,
I'm not
today
gonna
I
finish.
woke up and saw news saying they are going to make some redesigns to the Big Ben. And the main
Have you even looked at the news at all?
reason why they're going to make a redesign is because people keep complaining over and over, saying it shouldn't even be there because they can't read those types of clocks anymore.
That's because they are incompetent at reading Roman numerals. Sorry, Roman numerals is too fancy for you to read.
This is honestly just wild. And they claimed just in a couple weeks they will be changing the clock from this style to a digital style so everybody can read the clock finally. Oh my goodness. And instead of the chimes it usually makes, it will make this sound now every hour. Wait, am I getting a call? Wait, hold on, guys. Hello? Oh, my bad. I forgot to tell them. Send this to a friend to waste their time. Big Ben.
Sure, I'll send him this short. Sure, I'll send him this short so that I'll waste my precious time. Yay.
Remember what the OG test tube says. It's like life. It's like everyone gets less intelligent every generation. Spread the word. That's a fact.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Mark, we're doing reports on health, and you brought a whole bag of chips?
You'll understand when I give my report.
Well, all right then. Class, Mark's gonna give his report first. Come on.
Okay, I researched a lot, and it turns out eat and drink whatever you want because it really doesn't matter.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the inventor of the treadmill died at 54. Did you know that? The inventor of gymnastics died at 57. World bodybuilder champion died at 41.
That has to not be true.
Oh, it gets worse. The inventor of KFC lived to be 94. And the inventor of Nutella, 88.
That can't be right.
And the inventor of Hennessy, which I don't know anything about, he lived to be 98.
I'll have to fact check that.
Go ahead. But further proof is that a rabbit is always jumping around, getting plenty of exercise, and they only live 2 years. And a turtle doesn't do anything, and they live to be 200 years old.
Okay, sure. No, what the? Bro, you're disgusting. Nah, you're gonna troll me, I'm gonna troll you. This Minecart's gonna come speeding down. You're gonna have to save either your mom or dad. Alright, choose, bro.
My boy, your mother should be saved. But I'll get you an Xbox!
Oh!
I'll get you a car!
Oh!
I'll get you a laptop! And you can visit any website.
Oh! Oh, but it was too late! Oh my god. Hey, yo, save me and I'll give you food! Ooh. Appreciate y'all, but low-key I lied about the food. We can still be cool though, right? Hey, now, what if I like getting pants?
Oh my god.
Hey, now, what if I like getting wedgies? Nah, what
Are
if I
you
said
in
that smell like
Massachusetts?
roses? Ooh, I hope the sheep's fine. Dear God. Whoa, chill. The manhunt don't start until I move.
Bro, look
And
at
I'm
this
not
guy
moving.
trying to laugh to laugh.
Ah, disgusting. Okay, sure. No.
How's this funny?
Hi, Mom. Do you happen to be in a good mood
No.
today? Huh? Oh, hi, honey. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good today. Why? I got something to tell you, but if you're in a bad mood, then I'm not going to tell you.
Oh, wow, honey. I don't think there's a worst possible way you could have started this conversation. What did you do?
Suit yourself. Take a seat, would ya?
Okay. Do they do postpartum Lamage classes by chance? Oh God, what is it?
You have money, correct?
Last time I checked. Why?
Now, how much money would that be approximately? I'm gonna take that as probably not enough to cover it.
Just tell me, honey. Just tell me. What did you buy? What did you buy? What did you buy?
So, I wanted to buy a Volkswagen for my Barbie. I don't think I read the dimensions right.
We redefine.
Parents, what is a gift you received but didn't realize was expensive? When my son Tyler was 7, he gave me a small wooden box for Mother's Day. It was crudely made, the edges uneven, and the hinges slightly off-center. I remember opening it with that practiced enthusiasm all parents perfect. The one that says, I love this, regardless of what this actually is. Do you like it, Mom? Tyler asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. It's beautiful, honey. Did you make this in school? I ran my fingers over the rough surface, noting the splinters I'd need to sand down later. He nodded enthusiastically. Mr. Peterson helped me. We worked on it for weeks. I placed it on my dresser where it sat among framed photos and jewelry for a moment, true value until today. Thank you for seeing us when we were invisible to everyone else. He replied the next.
I'm only 8 cards away from collecting every single.
You're gonna mine on that side, I'm gonna mine on this side. Does that sound good?
Alright, bro, that sounds good.
And we're gonna place all the items we find inside the chest, alright?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, try and find some items and... Oh my gosh!
Yo, what did you find?
No, nothing, just adopting a 17-year-old.
Oh, okay.
No way, bro.
What?
Gosh, I gotta hide these diamonds from him, bro.
Alright, let me place the items in the chest.
Oh no, I still haven't found anything. Bro, I gotta
Bro,
keep this from him, bro. Just look at these diamonds.
Alright. Bro, you haven't collected anything so far. You hiding stuff from me?
What? Me? No.
Okay.
I would never do that.
Just collect the lapis.
You haven't put any items here.
Nah, bro, I've actually found 2 diamonds. It just took me really long to find any.
You're surely hiding something from me, aren't you?
No, bro, honest.
Okay.
Phew, you almost found out.
There's no way.
What the? Bro, don't check here.
Oh my gosh. Bro, you were hiding it from me.
I'm sorry, bro. It's just...
Why didn't you tell me, bro?
There were a bunch of diamonds.
You know, I actually knew.
Wait a second, how did you know?
I was the one who put those diamonds there.
What the?
Oh.
You're gonna...
Why is there an expiration date on this? Makeup expires? Oh no, it expired in January! But expiration dates are just suggestions, really. Wait, no. They put these dates for a reason. It's just a month. I'm not gonna waste it. Wait. Expired in 2018? Why is there an expiration date on this?
People who accidentally bought the craziest things, part 6. So people were able to get their pre-orders for the Nintendo Switch 2, and people are already offering an insane amount of money online for their
Please,
consoles.
I just
don't
want
think
one
is very
Cringe
right.
short.
Well, one
I
person
just
listed
want...
their console for $450 online. Well, if you read it closer, he says you are purchasing a black and white printed picture of my Nintendo Switch 2 pre-order confirmation. You will not receive the console. And there was a singular person who did buy it. Let's just hope he did it accidentally, but you never know. Maybe he just wanted the picture. Next, this was also a problem when the PS5 came out, and literally there was a lot of people selling online just photos of the PS5. Be sure to always read the description.
Match the tongues to win.
How many balloons can... Oh.
Blockhead! Blockhead! Blockhead!
Here comes old Charlie Brown. Good old Charlie Brown. Yes, sir. How I...
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Like, I play this filter, right? It's a different map. It doesn't matter. Like, the chicken, and there's a target. What if instead of hitting the target, you fly over it, right? Because it's so small, and, like, this chicken can, like, fly more than once, you know? So, like, what if I start flying right now? Easily clear it.
Huh?
Wait, I'm just gonna... Why the chicken started nosediving? Okay, but, like, did you see it clearing? There's, like, an ending to the lava. Like, is there, like, a secret score or something? I really want to know. Okay, but it nosedived, right? I think it was because I was in the air for too long. So, what if I, like, start clicking very late, like, right now, and start gliding? Please. I think it's gonna work, actually. Here's the clearing. Oh, I easily passed this. There's something. Come on. Come on. What? Wait, there's nothing. I'm devastated.
El 9 a 5 quedó. These are some old Minecraft.
I am Steve. As a child, I yearned for the mines. But
This is a pound of Jello.
A mashup of two.
These are some art hacks artists.
One of the oldest tricks in Minecraft.
Don't put your bed in the middle anymore. Most bedrooms aren't that big. If you stick a huge bed right in the center and push your wardrobe against the wall, you'll barely have space to move, let alone for quick notes. With this layout, your bedroom will have tons of storage space, a comfy study corner, and plenty of room to move around. Don't put...
You know, when you find a new makeup product and it just hits, and then you just cannot do your makeup without it? Well, I have two. This is the new Hydro Boost Hydrating Grip Primer.
Create a word. 3, 2, 1, B.
Y. Belly. Three,
Oh, great.
2, 1, I.
G.
Oh, wait.
Instagram.
Ending with a G?
Icing.
Oh! That's so good!
ING. 3, 2, 1, J.
A.
Can't do names?
No, just focus.
Just lock
it
Can
in.
we do
Just
names?
focus.
What about smoothies, guys?
Oh, John Bush!
I'm 48% done.
That's a name.
It's a brand name, though.
3, 2, 1, T.
A. Tabitha.
Tina.
Tabitha?
Go, keep going. It can't be a name. It can be a brand.
Talagasa. Talagasi?
Ref? I can't think of anything. TA is impossible.
No, it's not impossible.
Oh! I won.
No.
Say it.
Red like Nick's hat. A tomato.
Mayo.
Wait.
Oh!
That's the dumbest thing I've ever said.
Ray wins.
What about a torta?
Torta! Torta's a good one.
Check out the full-length episode.
What if we made popping boba out of jelly root?
Things that got smaller without you realizing. Part 7. Firstly, an employee recently exposed how cotton swabs at their store
Literally
kept
everyone
getting smaller
knows you
each month,
dimwit.
but they're still the same price. Next, people have been noticing at the grocery stores lately, Krispy Kreme has swapped their dozen donut box with just 9 donuts. The dozen is so iconic, why change it? Now, this is the Daytona 500 race, and like any sporting event, they sell hot dogs. However, this was their hot dog they were selling in 2021 versus the hot dog they sell now in 2024. The difference in just a couple of years blows my mind. Moving on, in the past, we've talked about how the Cadbury egg shrunk in size, but now people are finding that they are literally replacing the chocolate with air. What's going on here? Finally, I don't think it gets as bad as the man who was served a paper cookie with his meal. I guess this is what we have to deal with in 2024.
We have to deal
If you
with
go
inflation.
down there, you're racist. Oh, race car enthusiast.
Alright, follow me.
Step on red if you like kids. Bro, that's crazy.
What are you talking about? I'm a father of 8 kids who just went to school when you knocked on my door.
Oh, okay. Good thing I left my free candy down hole. Real. Bro, how did you do that?
Man, I don't like Cheetos. That's why I dipped.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Riddle, there are 30 cows and 28 chickens. How many didn't?
Dang it, that's
Nobody
normal.
talks about the difference between how girls make plans versus guys. Because with girls, they make them months in advance. I've met a girl before that had her next 6 months
you
planned
for
out
the
on
most
calendar,
cringy
day
shorts
by day. But
ever.
for guys, it's
Thank
way different
God it's
because my friend
over.
recently got married, but we haven't talked a lot the past couple years. So when I saw him post on social media that he proposed to his girlfriend, I wasn't sure if I would get invited to the wedding. So about 6 months went by and I never received an invitation, so I figured I just didn't make the list. But then randomly, I get a phone that someone else couldn't make it, so I just filled the spot. I'll take it though. Free food is free food. Nobody talks about.
I brought you into this world and I can take you out of it. Did you just threaten to kill me over something? Billy, sweetie.
Nobody.
Thank God. Look, I know I watch 120 shorts, but honestly, I feel tired. It's 48% of 250. I mean, at least I got 4, right? But all jokes aside, please don't do this challenge unless you want to feel your brain very numb. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'm done with these challenges.